Just wave if you can hear me. Who else is there? Can you hear me? Just wave. I don't have my headset. You can hear me. Can you hear? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, just wave for me. So the next console, please check for me if he can hear me. Can you hear me? Next to Palisa, can you hear me? All right, thank you. Please go to the other booth. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me in there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is it fine? Which one is fine? This side or the other side? Can you hear me? Booth number 1. Can you hear me? Booth number 1.
Morning, councillors. Can we take our seats, please? We need to check for a quorum. Councillors, can you take your seats? We need to check for a quorum. Councillors, can you please take your seat? Good morning, honourable councillors. The Speaker of Council is not available today due to official business. In terms of Section 41 of the Structures Act for purposes of this council meeting. Honourable councillors, we will proceed with the election of an acting speaker. Can I have nominations from the floor, please? Yes, please. Councillor. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable City Manager. My name is Councillor Opa Patrick Machiane. Hereby nominate Honorable Councillor Siabelo Marishane as the acting speaker for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder?
Yes, thank you. This is Councillor Chuel Khumutso, Abraham Masela Kamahlangu. I second the motion for Councillor Marishane to be the acting speaker for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Marishane, do you accept this nomination as candidate for the position of acting speaker?
Good morning. Thank you very much, CM. Yes, I do accept nomination to be acting speaker.
Thank you. Honourable councillors, are there any further? I'm asking for any further nomination. Is there something else? Okay. Are there any further nominations from the floor for the candidate for the position of acting speaker? Yes, Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, City Manager. I, Jackie Ace, nominate Pugiso Mutimunye as acting speaker, and this is seconded by Alderman Dikeledi Salowa.
Thank you. Can the seconder just please confirm?
Thank you, Speaker. I, Alderman Dikeledi Salowa, hereby second the nomination.
Thank you very much. Can I check with Councillor Monimonye? Do you accept this nomination as candidate for position of acting speaker?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. It's Mtimunye. I accept, and I would like to challenge Councillor Marishane to a debate before voting. Thank you, Speaker. Can we have a debate first before we vote? In the spirit of democracy, Speaker, and engagement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. He's my elder. I want to challenge him.
Thank you. It was only necessary to confirm. Yes, MMC. Is that a point of order?
No, thank you very much. Do you still taking nominations? Are you still, is it permissible to nominate?
Are there any further nominations?
Yes.
Councillors?
My name is Sobaken Ramabodu. I hereby nominate Silas Brink as the Deputy Speaker. Acting Speaker. He must shine for once because he wants limelight. Every day he wants to speak. He thinks he's still the mayor. So let him come to that position. Maybe he will find glory at last.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? There's a seconder. Do you, Councillor, do you accept that nomination? I have asked.
City Manager, I'm delighted by the confidence that Councillor Ramabodu has in me, but no, I decline the nomination. Thank you.
Councillors, can I close the nominations? Is that a yes? Thank you. Those in favour of Councillor Marishane as acting Speaker for today, can you please raise your hands and keep it raised? Thank you. Thank you. You may now put down your hands. Those councillors in favour of Councillor Mtimunye, can you please raise your hands and keep them raised? Thank you very much. You may lower your hands.
Speaker. Speaker. Speaker.
Honourable councillors, I will now call on Councillor Marishane, the elected acting Speaker, to the podium to preside over the remainder of this meeting. Thank you. Let's give him a minute. Mr. Brown.
Speaker, Speaker,
For the purpose of the record, the vote tally, Councillor Marishani 104, and Councillor Timunye 74, for the purpose of record.
well done.
So you can ask for 30 minutes?
Yeah, no, no.
Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Can we settle down? Thank you very much, honorable councillors, for my election as the acting speaker. It is much appreciated. Thank you very much for the challenge, Councillor Mtimuye. It was not going to be nice without a challenge, but safe to say, engineers who like debates instead of doing the actual work. Honorable councillors, I will now adjourn the meeting for 30 minutes to get a brief from the Secretariat. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the next 30 minutes. It is now 10:23. We will come back at 10:28. We'll come back at 11. Councillor Ron. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. May we settle down? Let's settle down. Honorable aldermen, alderwomen, and councillors, due notice was given of this council meeting. We are a quorum. And I therefore declare the meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. Thank you. Your Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Masangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business Acting, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this council meeting. Honorable councillors, let me also officially welcome Councillors Togo Maria Mabunda and Councillor Puti Johannes Masilela. Let them stand up as and when I mention their names. Councillor Togo Maria Mabunda and Councillor Puti Johannes Masilela, the newly elected Action SA PR councillors, replacing former councillors B. Govenda and A. Leroux, respectively. Thank you very much. Congratulations, councillors, and welcome in the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality. Honorable councillors, it is with great sadness to announce the demise of Councillor DJ Ferguson, DA Ward Councillor for Ward 57, on the 29th October 2025. All relevant information pertaining to funeral arrangements will be communicated in due course. Can we please rise and observe a moment of silence in his remembrance? Moment of silence. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Honorable councillors, for purposes of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this meeting is concerned, I will call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to Council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you so very much, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, the following councillors has been approved in line with our city processes in inquiring leave of absence. Honorable Acting Speaker, I've got Alderman J. Deploy from DA sick leave. Councillor J. Becker, DA sick leave. Alderman Aaron Maluleka from ANC attending BRICS. Alderman S. Deploy FF Plus family responsibility leave. Councillor P. Munisi EFF sick leave. Councillor Zwane IFP sick leave. Councillor Speaker of Council Muzwanani ATM work related. Councillors who arrange to arrive late, Honorable Speaker, I've got Tikhate, ANC, 13 hour. Councillor Mlotwa, ANC, 14 hour. Councillor Mabena, ANC, 14 hour. Councillor A. Jacobs, FF Plus, 13 hour. Councillors who requested to leave early. I've got Councillor L.J. van Rensburg, FF Plus, 16 hour. I'll jump the Alderman E. Mabusela because she's next to me here now. And then I withdraw this one from the ANC. I've got Councillor E. Mutubatse, EFF, 16 hour. And Councillor N. Pillay, DA, 17 hour. The Acting Speaker, thank you very much. This is the names that submitted by myself. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip of Council. Item C, official notices, there is none. Item D, unopposed proposals by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. 1. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in Part 1A and Part 2 of our agenda were received from the Leader of Executive Business, acting on 22 October 2025 and delivered to you on SharePoint on 22 October 2025. These reports are deemed urgent and therefore must serve today. I trust that the Executive Mayor will also speak to these reports when she submits them to us today. Honorable Councillors, Section 8(1)(k) of Rules and Orders provides for reports, matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report under Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders. We will get to this report towards the end of the agenda. 3, Code of Conduct. Honorable Councillors, please note that there will be officials from legal services within Office of the Speaker providing each councillor with a copy of Code of Conduct. There will be a register wherein you will be expected to sign to confirm receipt of copy of the Code of Conduct. Honorable Councillors, once you have received the copy of the Code of Conduct, kindly make time to go through it and understand what is expected of a councillor as prescribed by the Structures Act. There will be no excuses accepted where there is an intentional breach of code of conduct. Please note that where a councillor is found to be in breach, council may impose the following sanctions: issue a formal warning, 2, reprimand the councillor, 3, request the MEC for local government in the province to suspend the councillor for a certain period, fine a councillor, or removal of a councillor from office. Honorable councillors, let us all abide by the code of conduct as obliged. 4, non-convening of quarterly public meetings and ward committee meetings by a ward councillor. Honorable councillors, ward councillors are reminded that as elected representatives, they have a duty to serve and engage with their communities and are therefore accountable to them. Quarterly public meetings and ward committee meetings are in line with the following legal and policy provisions. Section 152, 1E of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, Act 108, Section 16 and 17 of Municipal Systems Act, and Section 73 of the Municipal Structures Act. The Code of Conduct for Councillors provides that councillors must perform the functions of the office in good faith, diligently, honestly, and in a transparent manner. Furthermore, a councillor must always act in the best interest of the municipality and in such a way that credibility and integrity of the municipality are not compromised. The Code of Conduct also clearly stipulates that councillors must attend each meeting of the municipal council and of a committee of which that councillor is a member, except when leave of absence is granted in terms of the applicable law or as determined by the rules and orders of council. The failure to convene quarterly public meetings and ward committee meetings breaches these legal and policy provisions, and all councillors found to be in breach with the above will be referred to Rules and Ethics Committee. Ward councillors, your cooperation in this regard will be highly appreciated. Item E, consideration of the minutes of the previous council meeting. Yes, Councillor Masiga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. On item 3, I think from the definitions, the second one is general conduct of councillors, the third one is voting at meetings. Here there is an error. A councillor may not vote in, it should be favor, not favor. Please just make sure that that it's because, yeah, just that spelling mistake. Can that be altered? Thank you very much. We'll also be able to help with the level of grammar as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Zambili. Yes, MMC?
With adding on what Councillor Masilela, we can also be given the name of the person who was writing this, just to have a talk with outside.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. Let's proceed. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the ordinary council meeting, 25 September 2025, for approval. Approved? Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, continuation of council. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the continuation council meeting of 9 October 2025 for approval. Approved? Thank you. Honorable Councillors, in committee council, 25 September 2025. Honorable Councillors, I rule that we deal with the in-committee minutes later during this meeting when we consider confidential reports emanating from Section 79, Committee Municipal Public Accounts. We go straight to item F, reports to Council. Honorable Executive Mayor.
Good morning, Honorable Acting Speaker. I would like to greet the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, the members of the Mayoral Committee, the Acting Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials present, esteemed members of the media, and most importantly, the residents of Tshwane. Good morning, Acting Speaker. Firstly, Speaker, let us reiterate the condolences that have been served here in this council for Councillor Farquharson. We want to send our sincere condolences to his political party, his family, and his friends. And we would like to say rest in peace to the fellow councillor. We also want, Speaker, to send our condolences to the two ladies that have lost their lives senselessly a few days ago, to say to the young women that are asking themselves if they are next, that we sincerely pray that they are not. But we've said this before, Speaker, that it's going to be up to us as the leaders in this council how we protect the women, the children of this city from a scourge of GBV and femicide. But we want to offer our sincere condolences to that family of those two young ladies, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not going to be too long. I'm sensitive about time, but I want to just brief the council. There is a matter that came to council about the Marabastad retail market. And the different councillors and political parties had views about the approach that took to a retail market that belongs to the city of Tshwane, and the conduct of the traders that get to use that market to regularize it. Speaker, I'm very happy to confirm that the traders are very happy right now. We have implemented, unlike those who wanted to use political gimmicks about people's lives, those traders understand what has happened and they thank the city, because what has happened now is that all those traders have been taken through the training, they've been issued with certificates of acceptability, they are now waiting for their business licenses so that they can trade. Their leases have been regularized and we monitor them. If you go to that market and you compare to when we closed it down, Speaker, you would be so proud to see our informal traders taking pride in that sector. So I wanted to bring closure to that issue, Speaker, because it was highly debated here in Council. And I do believe, Speaker, that as this executive, we have done anything and everything in our power to protect the residents of Tshwane. And that includes ensuring that businesses comply so that when they serve our people, they are within the law. So I thought it was important that I give that feedback, Speaker. Speaker, 2 weeks ago,
In the same vein, Acting Speaker, where the Mayor speak about the Maraba State Market, is she willing to take your question?
Councillor Makhaling. Councillor Makhaling, the executive mayor is tabling the reports. That which you have just done is out of order. Please afford the executive mayor an opportunity to table the reports, then you can raise your issues. But please do not interject. The executive mayor is tabling the reports. Honorable Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, 2 weeks ago, this administration finished a year in office. And the country, and in a space of 12 months, the country that is the Republic of South Africa now finally understand what it means to govern well. And Speaker, you know, for us, we have accepted. The more we excel, the more the attacks. Speaker, what we have been able to achieve in a space of 12 months, those who are against it can only learn now that it was possible. Speaker, this city now is financially stable. They can lie in the media. We are, after many years, Speaker, there is positive cash flow in this city. Speaker, we were able to reduce the number of days to pay our service providers. From the previous year, it was around 90 days. We have reduced that to 42 days in the past quarter. Speaker, we don't kill business in the city of Tshwane. Speaker, what I can tell you is that the communities of Tshwane are now demanding more services because they are getting those services. They have, now their standards have elevated because they know that when they pay for rates and taxes, they deserve services. What we have done, Speaker, is to reduce the fact that we had businesses. Speaker.
Councillors, can we please afford the executive mayor to submit the reports? Please stop howling.
So, Speaker, I can tell you now, if you're looking at the amount of MOUs that were signed with businesses and the amounts of donations received from businesses to do the basic services that the city is supposed to do. In the previous financial year, any business can donate to cut grass, any business and any organization would want to do the work that the city is supposed to do. We have reduced that. In fact, we are almost eradicating the fact that we have businesses that are paying us rates and taxes, and those businesses are expected to deliver basic services to themselves. That's the culture, Speaker, that this institution that is the city of Tshwane, the capital city of the Republic of South Africa, is trying to instill and is instilling so that we can take back pride in delivering basic services to the people. So what we can say, Speaker, without making people cry or go to the public protector, is to say the residents of this city can only expect more from us. So we thank you, our coalition partners, for supporting the work that we have been doing the past 12 months. We are a template for the rest of the municipalities. And to our opposition, to continue to promoting us, even to people who didn't know we exist, we thank them for their service. Speaker, we are continuing with the work that we are doing in responding to the audit findings. We said about a year ago that the Auditor General has raised issues in the city. And let me remind you, Speaker, in 2022, for the first time, this city received adverse findings, which were followed by 2 qualified audits. At the center of that, it was the Auditor General that says the culture of this institution doesn't allow for performance management, consequence management, and basically is not responsive and actually starting to cause harm. We have taken the feedback very seriously, Speaker. One of the ways in which you will see that we have taken those findings in addition to the work that we have been doing is you will see that we are bringing a Q4 performance report. That we brought this report in July, Speaker. The version that we brought in July was unaudited. And when we presented it, it was at 50%, the Q4. We have now, after the audit, that performance has gone up to over 60%. Speaker, this is not where we want to be. In fact, we want to have a minimum of 80% performance on our SDBIP, and we're gonna get it. But we want to raise, Speaker, that the targets that we are not achieving are the finance targets. And those targets that talks, for instance, to the liquidity ratio, that talks to the norm of paying service providers in 30 days, etc., those will be able to achieve, if our term is not interrupted, will be achieved in the next two years. And I'm saying, Speaker, we continue with our performance. Speaker, we tabled in April the Tshwane Economic Revitalization Strategy. At the back of that strategy, Speaker, is for us to avail the strategic assets and land parcels of the municipality so that we can grow our economy. It is shameful, Speaker, that a city that used to grow at 6% is now growing at less than 1%. And therefore, we have done everything in our power. We have reported in this council our efforts through the investment summit. We have reported to the council how will we make this city to ensure that it's easy to do business with our city. But I think what is important in this report, Speaker, is the release of strategic land parcels. The first one, Speaker, the community of Oliven, which was becoming a forgotten community. We are finally releasing a land parcel so that they can have a police station. Speaker, the issue of Caledonian, where multi-millions were wasted on a project. I am happy to report, Speaker, that an investigation was done. There are officials that are being disciplined for what happened in Caledonian. But what was important is what is the way forward. When we imagine the city of Tshwane, the CBD of the city of Tshwane, with that eyesore called the Caledonian, what is it that we wanted to do with it? We are asking the support of Council, Speaker, to go to public participation to present to the public our proposal on what to do with Caledonian Stadium. Speaker, there is a development that started in 2010 in Centurion. That development got stuck. We are asking for council support to amend the agreement that we have with the 5 o'clock development in Centurion, so we can start unlocking that development and to add to the efforts in which we want to increase the investment and the job opportunities. Speaker, there is a land that was hijacked, and the former MMC foresee, I've never seen him sweat like he did that day, where they hijacked land in Danville. We are finally releasing that land. We are finally releasing that land for housing opportunities, Speaker. We have an agreement with province.
Yes, Chief Whip of Opposition.
Acting Speaker, I just find it very interesting that the mayor giggles when the wife and children of one of our councillors is put in danger. That's really not after she just made a speech that we need to protect our women and children. She's sitting at
Honorable Mayor. Order, councillors. Order, councillors. Councillor Masilela, what are you raising on? Noted MMC Ramabodu.
Yeah, Chairperson, our esteemed speaker. No, it can't be true what Jackie Ace, the Cinderella of the DA, is raising. The Cinderella of the DA is raising that our executive mayor is giggling when Fosi was sweating. Fosi must just go to the gym so that he stops sweating. We were abused under their rule and nothing happened.
What is that? Is that an order? Councillor Siloa? Councillor Siloa?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm asking that Councillor Masilela please withdraw the word Cinderella referring to the chief whip of the DA.
Councillors, councillors, order. Order, councillors. May I advise that we avoid mudslinging, name calling, and body shaming. That goes to the General Council chamber because it's going to derail our meeting. Thank you, Councillor Masila. MMC Ramaodu.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think we need to move.
Order, councillors. Councillor Fosi and Councillor Masilela.
I think.
Can we please be orderly? Councillor Fosi and Councillor Masilela, please restrain yourselves.
Speaker, I'm asking that we afford the executive mayor an opportunity to table the report and comment on the report, and we proceed as such. On the issue of sweating, it's not body shaming. It was not the first time he was sweating. He once sweat that time that the water tankers people were outside. And then when he realized that the mafias are outside, he ran away. You remember that day you ran away? For the first time we realized that there's a tunnel in Swane House at the back. That's when Fosi went out to that other side.
Councillors, can we please observe the decorum? Order. Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker.
Order, councillors.
As I was saying,
Can we proceed with our meeting?
As I was saying, Speaker, the piece of land or a parcel of land in Danville that was almost hijacked, we are now availing that land parcel to the Gauteng provincial government for housing purposes, Speaker. And we are asking for the support of the council to make sure that that becomes possible. Speaker, overall, we would like the support of council, but would like to, in terms of Rule 13 sub .5, Speaker, to to withdraw item 16. We'll bring it back at the next council meeting. But with all those words, Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to submit a report from the Mayoral Committee to Council for consideration as contained in parts 1, 1A and 2, as well as annexures A and A1 for cognizance and or discussion. Acting Speaker, the reports are submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Executive Mayor. For minuting purpose, just to confirm, you are saying part 2, item 16 is withdrawn from the council agenda. Thank you. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Let's proceed with our council meeting, councillors. From part 1, from Mayoral Committee meeting, 15 October 2025, item 1, reference number 08823/1, Emergency Services Department, Disaster Risk Management 2024-2025 Annual Report. The report is in page 8 to page 85. Recommendations are on page 16. In this item, we've got 4 speakers. The first speaker will be from the African National Congress, Councillor Neo Mutumi, the chairperson of the Oversight Committee. Your 3 minutes time starts now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. As an accountability tool to ensure transparency, foster proactive governance, and guide for strategic improvements, the Disaster Risk Management Annual Report provides the city's disaster risk management activities, interventions, and achievements for its 2024-2025 financial year as reported. Acting Speaker, it is commendable that the emergency services have significantly worked hard to serve all 7 regions and communities within the city and to its best ability. Through difficult challenges of climate changes, rapid urbanizations, resource constraints, and social economy. Speaker, the city's disaster risk management going forward will prioritize infrastructure resilience, risk-informed urban planning, expanding training and public awareness to reach vulnerable communities, and serve as strategic guide to build a safer, more adaptive and disaster-resilient city. In conclusion, Acting Speaker, the ANC recommends that the contents of the report be taken into cognizance and for a copy of the City Disaster Management Annual Report for 2024-2025 to be submitted to the respective national and provincial disaster management center. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Alderman Makafula, DA.
Speaker,
Order, Councillor Makhaling. Allow Councillor Makafula to make his speech. Councillor Makafula.
Acting Speaker, can you please readjust my minutes, please? Thank you very much.
Councillor Makafula.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Acting Speaker, my minutes have been wasted. Can you please readjust them so that I can have full 3 minutes to be able to elaborate what is going to happen?
Your time will be adjusted, Councillor Makafula. Please, your 3 minutes starts.
Acting Speaker, the importance of effective emergency service department cannot be overemphasized. This is the department that is at the center of disaster risk management in the city and plays a very crucial role in saving the lives and properties of the residents when responding to disaster and related emergency situations. Acting Speaker, as we are in the middle of rainy season where floods and related incidents are likely to occur, the residents of Tshwane expect the Emergency Service Department to be well prepared to respond swiftly to an emergency situation and execute their duties in an effective and efficient manner. This indicates the significant nature of the effective emergency service department with more advanced technology in place. Speaker, while we note the continuous improvements in terms of coordination of response and recovery activities, it is also important to highlight the fact that this department continues to be overlooked when it comes to the allocation of financial resources, as it is continuously being allocated with funds that are not enough to help advance its systems to improve operational efficiency. Speaker, lack of adequate financial resources make it difficult for this department to acquire essential tools and equipment that are crucial to increasing disaster management capacity. These tools include real-time monitoring systems, which are necessary for tracking weather patterns and water levels to provide data to help plan and mobilize relevant resources that may be required to effectively respond to disaster risk situations. Over and above, Speaker, this department has serious backlogs in terms of refurbishment of its facilities, which also requires serious attention as it is necessary to improve the safety of emergency service personnel. Having said that, Speaker, the Democratic Alliance, we urge this administration to understand the importance of effective emergency service department and increase its budget to help improve operational efficiency and address the health and safety issues that have been identified. And Speaker, if one is wondering where to get money from this, for this operation, we are saying that the city should reduce expenditure from the water tankers and watchman services and redirect a portion of this money to emergency service department so that this department can be able to perform its duty and respond swiftly to save lives and properties of the residents of Tshwane. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor T. Moloisani, EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Mahlawan. I'm going to be the one speaking on this report. Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors, and all distinguished guests. As the EFF, we rise and note and engage on the Disaster Risk Management 2024-2025 Annual Report. Emergency services is a critical instrument meant to safeguard the lives of our people against persistent negligence and environmental injustices that continue to define this municipality. Disaster risk management is not just an administrative checklist. It is a moral and a constitutional duty. The EFF reminds this council that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, in Section 152, places disaster prevention, safety, and sustainable service delivery at the core of local government obligation. Yet, year after year, we see the same cycle. Floods displacing the poor, shacks, fires claiming the lives in Mamelodi, Hammanskraal, and yet the response is needed from the under-resourced public servants. This report must not become another dust-collecting document. It must translate into tangible protection to the people of Tshwane, especially those who live in flood-prone informal settlement, those who rely on paraffin because electricity rollouts have stalled, and those who lose their children in shack fires because fire engines do not reach them on time. The EFF demands the following in alignment with our revolutionary municipal policy. Insourcing of all emergency and disaster personnel to end the exploitation of contract workers who risk their life while earning poverty wages. Equitable resource allocation, ensuring that emergency response on time in Atteridgeville, Soshanguve, Garankuwa, Mamelodi, and the response time must match those of affluent suburbs. Community-based disaster units trained and supported in every ward, because these responders to disaster are not brokers but ordinary residents. We also call on administration to adopt EFF policy on people's disaster preparedness, where every household is empowered with knowledge, training, and emergency access system that protects life, not only property. EFF will not tolerate a municipality that only acts after tragedy strikes. Prevention must be our policy, our politics. Preparedness must be our budget priority and
Thank you very much. Councillor T. Moloisani, Action SA. Sebutani. My apologies. Press again.
Ke a leboga motshwara Musa Khotla mme ke a re dumela. Ke Sebotsane motshwara Musa Khotla e kwa Lefafatshe. Ke tswele pele ke dumedise mmatoropo yo o tlotlegileng, maloko a kgotla theramolao otlhe, ke dumedisa Kgosi Mahlangu le Kekana le botlhanka jwa lona. Musa Khotla, this report before Council is both technical and urgent. It highlights the historic risks facing our emergency services department and the need to strengthen our city's capacity for disaster risk management. The report confirms what we've always known, that the complexity of emergency services work has deepened with climate change and other factors. There are now more frequent floods, heat waves, and fires continue to test the city's resilience. Yet, our officers continue to serve under strained conditions, often without sufficient tools or manpower. Fela Reza Motshwara Musa Khotla. This report also exposes the legacy of more than 8 years of misgovernment that has left our ESD grossly undercapacitated. Often illegal operators as well were allowed to thrive, even tacitly endorsed by those erstwhile administration of those who presume to hold a monopoly on proper governance. And they did this in violation of the appropriate legislations. Those decisions compromised safety and undermined our professionals who risk their lives daily in their service of our residents. The recommendations of this report aim to correct that and to realign our operations with the necessary legislations, strengthening our resources and rebuilding capacity and credibility within the department. And these are not just reforms, Speaker. They are acts of restoration. This coalition government is turning a page. We are rebuilding the institutional backbone of the safety of Tshwane and restoring the pride of those who guard and protect our communities. Motshwara Musa Khotla, Action SA stands firmly in support of this report because the government that empowers its emergency responders empowers its people. Ke a go leboga.
Thank you very much. As recommended.
Yeah, Magas. It was,
oh, MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to thank Council for supporting this report. I think if you look at the budget that this department has been getting over the years and the job that they're doing, you cannot compare the two. But what I want to just focus on quickly in closing of this report is when the licenses of the ambulance were taken away by the province, we did not get rid of those people. They were retrained, and we were in the process now of the last 47. They were all actually absorbed into the system, and we can proudly say when this 47 is finished with the training, we will have qualified firemen and women with paramedic skills. I think we are the first in the country with that. Also, we want to thank them for the acting of the Henot River situation, which was on national level with the police. Our ambulance services and our emergency services their divers were there to save those people from the river. And then lastly, what we've also done is to show that we are in collaboration and serving all the citizens of this city. We have also put in 700 smoke detectors in Ward 47, I think it's Councillor Pinar's ward from the DA, in the informal settlement so that we can be proactive to stop fires when there's fires in informal settlements. And that is actually cutting down the time frame until the emergency services can arrive on the scene. So thank you for supporting this report. I think we can actually say this is a department that has done very well under the difficult circumstances of a very low budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MFC. As recommended. Item 2, reference number 71101/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for August 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 86 to page 89, and the recommendations are on page 89. On this item, we have only one speaker from Action SA, Councillor T. Sebotane. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Action SA rises in warm and constructive support of this report on deviations. We do so in a spirit of partnership, acknowledging the firm progress that this new coalition has begun to achieve under the steady leadership of the Executive Mayor, Dr. Nasiphi Moya. We are starting to witness a measurable turnaround, Speaker. This is improved coordination between departments, greater fiscal discipline, and a leadership collective that is genuinely treating accountability as a cornerstone of service delivery. Speaker, these are early but encouraging signs that this coalition government is charting a new course, one rooted in constitutional values and practical reform. We know what the country's constitution says about the fairness of procurement, equitable and transparent and competitive bidding process which is cost-effective. Under Dr. Moya's mayoralty, we are seeing this principle begin to move from aspiration to action. As yes, some challenges remain, which is late bidding process, planning delays, but unlike before, there is now political will and administrative follow-through. That is the true measure of progress. Action SA therefore joins our coalition partners in commending our administration for tightening internal controls and applying performance management provisions of the MSA to build a culture of excellence. We also reaffirm our commitment to ongoing capacity building, ensuring councillors and officials alike are empowered to serve with skill, integrity, and purpose. Speaker, let us continue to strengthen this cooperative spirit so that every deviation closed becomes another step towards restoring public trust and delivering a city that works for all its residents.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, Councillor S.
Thanks, Speaker. Just a point of information. If we don't declare deviations, they become irregular expenditure later on. So let's not celebrate when deviations are not declared. Thanks, Speaker.
That was a point of information as recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. Item 3, reference number 93895/1 from Roads and Transport Department. Approval of work in the Public Roads Reserve bylaw. The report is on page 90 until page 149. Recommendations are on page 105. In this report, we have got 3 speakers. The first speaker from the ANC is Councillor M.V. Pasha. Please take the floor. Your 3 minutes starts now. Press once, press once.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. I will waive my speaking rights to Councillor Salamina Mwabel, who will speak on the item. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mwabelo. Press the mic.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, regulation in public road reserves is legally important for public safety, protecting infrastructure, ensuring traffic flow, and managing essential services. Local government bylaws are meant to establish a framework for coordinated and illegal work preventing unauthorized and hazardous activities. The purpose of bylaws regarding work in public road reserves is to control and coordinate activities to protect existing infrastructure, ensure public safety, and minimize disruption to road users. The work performed within a public road reserve is legally aimed at ensuring the efficient and safe movement of traffic, accommodating vital infrastructure, protecting road assets, and minimizing public inconvenience. The Public Road Reserve Bylaw formalizes essential policies such as finance approval by magistrate, micro-trenching policy, and the Electoral Waylift Management System, WLMS, which streamlines process, reduces disruption, and improves coordination within public road reserves. The bylaw ensures sustained investment in systems like WLMS, automating waylift application to enhance service efficiency. It also raises awareness among stakeholders about legal work requirements in public road reserve, promoting safe and responsible practices. In conclusion, Speaker, this report is a positive step forward for our community. It underscores our commitment to responsible governance, sustainable development, and the safety and well-being of all citizens. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor N. Sianero from EFF, Chairperson. What's that, MMC Mohale? Yes, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Speaker. I've taken a particular observation around the behavior of Councillor Fosi. And it's usually a behavior of what we call cheese boys, who think that having gone to not even previously, or multiracial schools, or existing amongst white people, gives them some sort of an elevation. Councillor Fosi must stop undermining and looking down at councillors when they speak. I think it's really condescending, and it's a destructive behavior. You are behaving like a toddler. I'm calling him out because he continues to do this. When people speak and when they speak wrong English terms, he makes fun of it. There's nothing special about owning that language there. You need to stop behaving like a toddler. No. I'm calling order on you. They were body shaming you here and we defended you, because it is not correct. You need to stop doing that, Councillor Fosi. Stop behaving like an infantile. No.
Thank you very much, MMC Mohale.
Thank you.
Councillors, Councillor Fosi, once again, Councillor Masilela, Councillor Fosi, can we please maintain the decorum of council? Can we please maintain the decorum of council? Please, Councillor Masilela. The next speaker from the EFF is Councillor N. Sianeho, Chairperson, Oversight Committee of Roads.
Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana and his entourage, Chief Maklangu and his entourage, fellow councillors, and all distinguished guests. The EFF supports the approval of the revised bylaw for work in the public road reserve. Roads are the veins of our city, and when they are blocked by corruption, neglect, or poor regulation, development dies where the tar ends. We commend the inclusive public participation process that engaged traditional councils, utilities, and residents. But we must warn this House that the laws that are written without equity in mind becomes instrument of exclusion. This bylaw must not only regulate construction and trenching, it must not open pathways for township development, safe roads in informal settlement, and local contractor participation in all public works. The EFF policy on infrastructure transformation demands that every road upgrade carries a social clause, jobs for local youth, skills transfer for small contractors, and environmental protection in construction. We therefore support bylaw on condition that its implementation embodies the spirit of economic freedom and spatial justice. A city's greatness is not measured by its skyscrapers, but by how far East Rose reaches the forgotten residents of Mabopani, Soshanguve, Prongraspreit, Oliven Oldboch, Kalinen, Amanskral, and Mamelodi. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sianeho. Yes, let's start this side. There is a point of information, and then you come after Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering, is it possible that the other side of the House can write speeches themselves and not solely rely on ChatGPT? It would be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Sbutan.
Thank you, Speaker. Motlhomong a bana ba tlogela go nyatsa bagolo re ka nna le tswelopele mo lehatsheng. Ga itse gore bua kae ngwana yole. Speaker, I just want to ask that we engage the facilities people. The aircon is either off or it's on hot. We are going to melt at this rate. Can we adjust it slightly because the room is very hot? I do wish to request that, Speaker. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Omwa Lucy, Action SA.
Honorable Speaker or Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip, Executive Mayor, Chief Mahlangu Kekana, fellow councillors and officials. Deputy Speaker, as you know, multi-party coalition ensures that bylaws are enforced in as humanly as possible. Now, the review and approval of the revised bylaw for work in the public road reserve are compelled by the following reasons. This is a legal obligation mandated by Section 81B of Rationalization of Local Government Affairs Act of 1998, which requires bylaws to be reviewed every 10 years. The existing bylaw was approved in 2014, making the current review essential for compliance. The other reason is that bylaws is crucial for the city of Tshwane to protect its service infrastructure within road reserve. This protection prevents damage to vehicles, occupants, pedestrians, and the road infrastructure itself, thereby ensuring uninterrupted services to residents and hence public safety. Third point is that the revision incorporates update policy most notable by micro trenching policy, which is section 18.5, which addresses the increasing demand for high-speed broadband while minimizing the impact on the road user to protect existing service. The fourth point is the bylaw support the electronic way leave management system, which ensures accurate data existing on existing service, effective collection of way leave process fees, enforcement minimum standard of backlog and reinstatement, better coordination, and time schedule management to minimize inconvenience. Speaker, good governance ensures compliance that require legislative review and conducting comprehensive and inclusive public participation process. In conclusion, Speaker, Action SA supports the recommendation. The report concludes that the purpose of the review ensures compliance with the legal obligation and enhanced governance framework, and that has been successfully achieved. Finally, Speaker, the approval is necessary to ensure the city has the modern, legal, compliant, and robust regulatory tool required to protect its significant road utility assets and ensure public safety and effective management all work conducted within the public road reserve for the next decade. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Malusi. Councillors, may I take a few minutes break, 5 to be precise? Thank you, honorable councillors. May we please be seated so that we can proceed? Please take your seats. Let's take our seats, councillors. Honorable councillors, let's take our seats. Thank you very much, councillors. We are still on item 3. Honorable councillors, it should be noted that in accordance with section 163B of the Constitution, a decision on the approval of the bylaw must be taken by council with a supporting vote of a majority of the council members. That is at least 108 councillors in case of City of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject approval of this bylaw to the vote. For purposes of this voting process, I am requesting councillors Yes, Ma'am. For purposes of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who support this bylaw to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Thank you very much, councillors. Honorable councillors, this bylaw has now been passed with 177 councillors in favor thereof. Item 4, reference number 15443, Roads and Transport Department, amendment of original agreement and finance proposal for the construction of a portion of Olivenhout Bosch Road as part of Phase 1 to provide access to Western Precinct of the 5 o'clock development in Irene, Centurion. The report is on page 150 to page 383. Recommendations are on page 170. In this item, we have the following councillors. The first councillor to speak from the ANC is Councillor Z.S. Ntosha. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the 5 o'clock development is a catalytic mixed-use initiative in Tshwane that is critical for the city's economic growth, urban development, and spatial inclusion. The project is designed to create a more inclusive and sustainable urban environment by integrating diverse land use, as it is a major driver of economic growth for the city of Tshwane and the broader region. Its scale investment value and alignment with city planning goals to make it a key component of the municipality's strategy to attract private investment and transform the city. Speaker, the project supports the city's decertification strategy, which seeks to concentrate on residential development in more compact city centers to make better use of existing structure. However, the financial proposal, which requests an additional 70 million from the developer, is a critical component of this phase. While we recognize that this amount was not initially included in the integrated development plan, it is important to understand the context of the strategic rationale behind this request. This deviation stems from a carefully considered assessment of the project scope, the need for timely completion, and the desire to promote sustainable urban growth in Irene. Speaker, infrastructure development is a dynamic process, often requiring protective adjustment and partnership to ensure that planning translates into tangible benefits. Over 5 to 10 years, the 9.6 billion construction will generate 27.2 billion in sales and create 30,735 jobs, contributing to 3.3 billion in taxes. Speaker, we are confident that approving this report and associate financial proposal will serve our shared goal of fostering sustainable development in Irene. The enhancement of Olivenwood Bush Road will not only facilitate easier access to
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker on the report is Councillor G. Fesser from GA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, members of Council, and fellow residents, today marks a significant milestone in a journey that began some 5 decades ago to build a bridge over the Irene railway line. The project, initiated as far back as 1970, has been championed by the Democratic Alliance now for many years through countless public meetings which I arranged, consultations with role players, the developers, officials, and subject matter experts. The strategic value of this development cannot be overstated. By linking east to the west of Centurion via the R21, we will finally relieve the pressure off Nalmapias Road, which is currently so congested that not even the traffic lights are able to resolve the daily traffic chaos in that area. The new road will also serve as a dedicated alternative for heavy load vehicles, reducing the risk of breakdowns and congestion at the Irene train bridge in Nalmapias Road, which happens on a weekly basis. This report is welcomed, and hard work put in by the DA over the many years, and as such, it is supported. In conclusion, Speaker, the people of Centurion deserve infrastructure that works for them, not against them. This bridge is not just concrete and steel. It is a symbol of connection, resilience, and long overdue delivery. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on this report from EFF is Councillor O. Mabuhwana. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Greetings, Acting Speaker. The EFF welcomes the report on the phased construction of Olive and Woodbush Road, which seeks to unlock the western precinct of the 5-Woodlock development in Irene. This project is more than an infrastructure initiative. It is an opportunity to correct the spatial and economic injustices inherited from apartheid planning. For too long, development has favored the east while the west and the township remain underdeveloped. The EFF stands firm that every infrastructure project must be measured by its impact on ordinary people and not the developers. The report reflects a 70 million investment from the city of Tshwane, projected to yield an impressive 244% return in the short term and over 700% in the long term. However, we must be vigilant. Economic modeling is not a victory. Service delivery is. The EFF insists that such investment must not only yield economic returns to private entities, but social returns for communities such as jobs, affordable housing, and reliable transport infrastructure. When we invest in public funds, our first question must be, how do people of Tshwane benefit? The EFF supports development as a strategic driver inclusive of economic growth, but we reject any attempt to use it to advance narrow capitalist interests. The city must ensure that the labor and the emerging contractors from Olive and Woodbush, Irene, and the surrounding communities are prioritized in all projects and phases. The EFF infrastructure policy is clear. No project must proceed without direct community participation, labor absorption, and skill development. We further demand that the city ensures that the development remains environmentally sustainable, transparent in its financial management, and aligned with integrated development plan. Development without accountability breeds corruption. Development without sustainability breeds future.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your time is up. From Action SA, Councillor A. Khafani.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to our Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, Chief Mahlangu and entourage, coalition partners, fellow councillors, and most importantly, greetings to the residents of this great city. Speaker, as I engage on this 5 o'clock development in Irene Centurion and highlight its significant milestone and adjustment, let me first congratulate the amazing work being done by this amazing coalition government. We have seen how commitment to serving the residents equally can turn a stationary train with no tracks into a refurbished and even better moving train that instills hope in all of us. Others would not be able to relate, Speaker. Council, the submission of this report in this present moment not only highlights the negativity and lack of leadership that has stalled developments and created backlogs in the city with endless talks but no action. Developers, businesses, and residents have endured heavy trauma over the years, but with new light in action shows what is possible when there is commitment and will to do the work. The coalition government that takes stakeholders into confidence, forming partnerships with those who wish to build and maintain the high infrastructure standard that this city deserves. As Tshwane now moves to strengthen working relationships with stakeholders and residents, may we never ever find ourselves in the hands of those whose mission is to stall our progress. Perhaps the delay in this progress of this development has been a blessing in disguise. Not all great things are meant to be achieved by those with ill intentions, but wait themselves out for those who not only have political will, but the genuine desire and determination to see Tshwane at its finest glory. This development will not only add infrastructure value to the city, but bring economic growth and job creation. All this is in line with Action SA and the city's standard for a coalition government to achieve in all spheres of the department. Speaker, as Action SA, we are in full support of this report and ensure that all parts of Tshwane are serviced, developed, employment opportunities, and better livelihoods are achieved. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. That was our last speaker on this report. MMC, you want to close the report? MMC first and then Leader of Governance Business. Which way? Okay, thanks. MMC Mshielo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Acting Speaker.
Just a moment. Just press once.
Yeah, press it.
Press again. There you go.
No, thank you very much, Acting Speaker. You were there in the meeting yesterday when the DA was supporting this report with conditions. And I'm happy today that they are supporting it unconditionally. But I wanted to emphasize that this development is going to be implemented by this current coalition, but not the previous DA coalition, because they failed dismally in terms of understanding the needs of the community. It is these current coalitions that understand the developmental needs of the communities and also understand that our communities are aiming for jobs. It is through this development that we are going to create for jobs. And it is this coalition that for this city to be financially stable, we need to create and expand our revenue base. It is through this project that we are going to make sure that our revenue base is expanded. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader of Executive Business, MMC Mokhale.
Thanks, Speaker. I thought it was going to be a lengthy debate or item that we would debate because we were getting threats, Speaker, that we must make additions or withdraw certain items on this item because the DA felt that it was important that this project must not be implemented and we must perhaps wait for another year. That was the condition that they had provided in order for them to support this report. So we're happy that they have applied their mind and they realize that this is an important project for the residents of Tshwane and in particular the residents of Region 4. So the 5 o'clock project is a strategic urban development project and a mega strategic project adopted by this very same council, Speaker. And it is funded under township development and contributions. So in as much as the city will be contributing half of the portion of that project, the developers themselves, which are M&T, will be funding the project. So, Speaker, I struggled to agree with Councillor Ger of the DA when he says and wants to claim easy victories over this project, when this project had struggled to take off in the last 10 years. I'm happy to say, Speaker, that the 5 o'clock project is happening because you've got a decisive and a well-run oiled machinery in the form of this administration in charge. And that is why this project is happening. So people must not claim easy victories when they've struggled to stabilize the finances of the city in the last 9 years that they were in charge. Speaker, the Western Precinct project, as it begins, like I've said, will be funded by the developers themselves, and the city will only be able to do or contribute its portion after the project had been completed. And we're happy that amongst other victories that we will register from this project is the fact that 42,659 jobs are going to be created through this project the minute it takes off. And lastly, Speaker, we want to reiterate the fact that localization, Council of the EFF, is a non-negotiable. Once the project commences, we will make sure and ensure that the residents of Oliven, Houtbosch, and the residents of Centurion are given priority in as far as the economic activities are concerned. So I just wanted to speak briefly on the project because we are aware that there have been serious frustrations around this project in the last 9 years, Speaker, but we're happy that finally we are bringing this project to life, and we are excited and looking forward to the economic development in that area.
Thank you very much, MMC. Yes, Chief Whip of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just a point of information. The DA raised concerns with regards to the legality of signing a contract for a project that is not on the IDP. We made it very clear that, that we are in support of the project, but that we are concerned that it might be legally able to be challenged later on. We have never been against this, the signing of this contract, but since this has been brought to the council floor, I need to make it very clear that the DA did warn that if something happens in the future and this developer cannot be paid the money because the correct procedures was not followed, that the DA raised this concern today here in council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Opposition. Yes, MMC, what are you?
Speaker, can I check quickly if Councillor...
Just a moment. Press again.
May I humbly check with Councillor Jackie Ace if she's willing to take a question?
Whip of Opposition, are you willing to take a question? Thank you very much, Councillors. As recommended, as we proceed, item 6, reference number 92369. We're on item 5, reference number 54056/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, City of Tshwane Audited Service Delivery Budget and Implementation Plan, Quarter 4 results in line with Section 52D of Local Government, Municipal Finance Management Act, number 56 of 2003, and the Annual Performance Report, Development in Terms of Local Government, Municipal Systems Act, number 32 of 2000, section 45 and 46(1). The report is on page 384 to page 458. The recommendations are on page 394. On this item, we've got the following councillors to speak. From the ANC is Councillor M.S. Mazibuko. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the aim of the audited service delivery budget implementation plan, quarter 4, result is to evaluate the municipality overall performance. This includes assessing whether the city has met its strategic goals, managed its finances effectively, and delivered on its service delivery commitments. Speaker, the 2024 report highlighted an improved financial management and spending performance, with the city achieving a higher percentage of its mid-year targets compared to the previous financial year, improving financial stability, enhancing revenue, reducing losses, and working towards achieving a clean audit by 2026. The city has historically faced significant financial distress. It has operated an unfunded budget since 2021. And its debt to creditors like ESCOM has accumulating into billions. In September, it was reported that the total debt owed to the city by resident and business was more than 24 billion. Despite all the issues, the city has shown some progress. Its audit outcome improved an adverse finding in 2022 to a qualified opinion, and an audited financial statement for 2023 and 2024 financial year indicate a net surplus. Speaker, the city has shown an improved financial stability through the increased revenue collection, implementing the precise credit control measures to collect the billions of rent it is owed. The rollout of the updated system, which aims to improve the billing accuracy, which will help to enhance the revenue collection and ensure the cost containment. We are confident that the clean audit by 2026 is guaranteed, Speaker. Having due regard, Speaker, the ANC take note of the report and its comments. Its contents. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mazibuko. DA, Alderwoman D. Sulua.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this administration is a red flag and slowly heading nowhere slowly, with persistent Auditor General findings. Inconsistencies between the SDBIP performance results reported over the quarter and performance results disclosed in the annual performance report. This administration reported a 13.5% improvement in the SDBIP performance, but they've only achieved 57% of the annual indicators and 63.15% of the quarter. We don't celebrate mediocrity. It shows repeated poor internal control mechanisms over performance reporting and lack of reliable, consistent public reporting that affects service delivery holistically. As a result, there are departments that submitted declarations instead of providing adequate evidence, meaning that Group Audit and Risk will have to do a follow-up in the next financial year. This demonstrates to all of us that there is weak data governance, creating the risk of inaccurate reporting and an inability to verify service delivery, as electricity outages and maintenance backlogs not addressed within service delivery standards. But instead, this administration has long-standing findings with the AG that are still unresolved, leading to a lack of compliance, coordination failures, and poor project management and execution of their core mandates as government. They are failing to provide us with remedial plans and no consequence management for departments that underreport, misreport reporting deadlines, water and sanitation being one of those departments. Lack of skills and capacity are affecting mere reporting. There are 17 Circular 88 indicators not reported on, which show weak internal controls, lack of accountability, with many repeat findings, overall telling us that there is poor supply chain management planning with high tender cancellations, no monitoring and evaluation, inadequate billing, and debt collection. This administration is unfortunately narcissistic and gaslighting us with social media posts, but cannot govern adequately, claiming to have done better than the DA in government and misleading the public. They are forever chasing clout. That is why the Democratic Alliance, we are proposing an additional recommendation to this report. And that recommendation reads as follows: that standard operating procedures, SOPs, be developed, approved and implemented for reporting on service delivery and budget implementation plan targets across departments to ensure full compliance with legislative requirements of the MFMA and the Municipal Systems Act. This was proposed by myself, Alderman Dikeledi Salowa.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salowa. The next speaker from the EFF is Councillor R. Munchusi. Yes, MMC. Honorable councillors, there is a proposal on the table. Is that an order, Councillor Ramavudu?
Yeah, point of information, Speaker. It must be noted that the Council of the DA has just called the Section 56 a mediocre. These are the people that were hired by them, by the way. And they must know from the accounting officer that these ones are now calling you a mediocre. The same mediocre that Councillor Brink always says, I've written to the city manager. I've written to the city manager. So we call on the city manager not to respond to this Brink anymore, because now it's declared that they are mediocre. So how do you write to mediocre? So please, city manager, I know that you are not allowed to comment. Please stop entertaining these people. You must know now today, these people are not yours. We told you. This Councillor Dikeledi has confirmed that you are mediocre. Even when you protected the case of the lost car in Atteridgeville, you are mediocre. Till today, we are waiting for our BMW. We don't know what happened. No one is. We are even suspecting inside job.
MMC, just Councillor Slow. Just press once.
More Atteridgeville. The whole BMW.
Press once.
Somebody's
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker.
What are you raising on?
Speaker, I'm just making a point of clarity that I did not say that Section 56s are mediocre. What I said is that the reporting in this content is mediocre, and the fact that they should actually be holding Section 56s accountable and ensuring that we get adequate reporting. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable councillors, Councillor Makhale. What are you raising on?
The perpetual patience upon irrelevant point of orders, Acting Speaker, should not be allowed. Section 35 on relevance. The previous speaker was very irrelevant and you were aware of that, but you permitted him to continue
with such frivolous comments. In future, they shouldn't be allowed. Thank you very much.
The previous speaker was Councillor D. Suloa. Councillors, we've got a proposal on the table. Order. Order. Councillors, we've got a proposal on the table which reads as follows: that standard operating procedures be developed, approved, and implemented for reporting on all service delivery and budget implementation plan targets across departments to ensure full compliance with legislative requirements of the Municipal Finance Management Act and the Municipal Systems Act, proposed by Alderman Councillor Dikele Disulua, seconded by Councillor Jackie Ace. As recommended. Honorable Iam.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we must go back to basics. The plan that the councillors are talking about, those are business plans. There is a legislation that guides how to monitor the implementation of the strategies of the city. Now, to add more work, administrative work, while we are doing the work that is dictated in the legislation is just wasting our time. So we are saying no to that proposal, Speaker.
Whip of opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The point is that this report, by admission of the report itself, says that the initial reports are not trustworthy. And we then wait 2 months and get a report with different information. That is very clear that checks and balances are not in place and that the SOP is indeed needed. So please, if we can, we stand by this recommendation and we can take it to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are taking the matter to a vote. Iam.
Speaker, councillors must read the reports. In July, we brought an unaudited performance report here. Based on the AG findings on the past few years, Speaker, one of the issues that kept getting raised is that our performance information doesn't get audited. Because we are responsible, Speaker, we, from starting in this financial year, even the previous financial year, we started auditing our performance results. It is not the first time that we bring a report to correct the unaudited version of the performance results. These councillors are not paying attention, and I think, Speaker, they can go home so we can continue with the work if they're going to start putting it.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, Councillor Mahaleng, what are you raising on?
It is uncalled for executive mayor to say to us we can go home. It's not his house here. It's not his council here. We are elected here, and we are not elected by her. The time even Action SA was elected, she was not even a member of Action SA. She didn't vote in 2021. We are representing elected people here. She did not even vote in 2021. Where was she? Eh? Hey! How?
MMC Ramabudu, are you rising? What are you rising on? Yes, MMC Ramabudu.
Let's be careful of disruption. There's an intention for disruption from that other side. Can you please use the rules and make sure that this house is in order? But lastly, We have sent someone to buy red overalls for the mayor. She's very radical today. We are very happy.
GM. GM. Yes. Just press once, GM.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Let me commend the beautiful work you are doing thus far, but I think it's important that we caution you to allow intimidatory actions. What Makaleng was saying, hey, hey, to you in this August House is uncalled for, and I think because we are acting, let's remind you, and we don't want to venture into wasteful expenditure. We've got guys who can deal with this one easily and quickly. So activate them so that there's respect for you. You are the acting speaker. You were elected in a council that risks quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GM. As we proceed, Chief Whip of Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask that you move to a vote and not fall for the tactics by the Deputy Mayor to try and reduce our numbers before the monk. Thank you.
Honorable Councillors, there is a proposal on the table and we will call for a division. We call for a vote. Those who are for the amendment, the proposal, thank you very much, Councillors. Those that are against the amendment? Let's sit down, Chair of Chairs. Chairperson Masha. Councillor Masha, take your seat. Those who abstain? Thank you very much, Councillors. The results are as follows. Those Who are for the amendment, it's 77. Those against, it's 110. Abstain, 2. Therefore, the amendment is not carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We will now take EFF Councillor R. Munchusi. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Acting Speaker, Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests, we gather here today to speak about the future of our city's most historical landmarks, the Caledonian Stadium. This site, officially known as Portion R1584 in Arcadia, is more than just land and bricks.
Yes, Councillor. Oh. EM.
Speaker, Councillor is on the Caledonian item, but you are still on item 5 on the SDBIP.
Yes. We're still on item 5. Yes.
My apology, Honorable Acting Speaker.
Councillor Munchusi. Yes, whip of EFF. Councillor Radikwan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Acting Speaker Mushe. Nga re gona le confusion nyana mo ne re kopela re o tse di parties tse dingwe boele go rena. Humbly so, we humbly apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Whip. We will now take Action SA, Councillor Mato. Your 3 minutes starts. Press once, Councillor Mato. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Yeah, really it's unfortunate to talk about the report while it has been debated and voted for. But Acting Speaker, Action SA caucus take cognizance of this report on the audited SDBIP performance results for the end of Q4 of the 2024-2025 financial year, and the annual performance report is submitted to the Auditor General. We support the report as tabled, including the recommendation that it be sent to MPEC for further investigations. But, Speaker, this SDBPI performance indicators for Q4 included both unaudited and audited results. I think this should really make the opposition happy, as they previously complained about unaudited results submitted on the 31st of July 2025. Speaker, I think the opposition should not really exist only for the sake of alternative government and nothing else. This council, Speaker, needs a very constructive opposition to take the city forward, especially when we talk about the issues related to the city's annual performance. And we must recognize that we are here to serve the residents, not to serve our own interest and politicking in terms of this performance, annual performance results. Speaker, of the 78 SBDIP performance indicators with predetermined targets, 76 were assessed and a total of 48 targets were achieved. This translated into 63.1% target achievement. But I'll just give you a couple of examples, especially relating to the priority 2 that seeks to provide stringent financial management and oversight. The creditor's payment period has been reduced to 80.6 days as compared to 95.4 days during 2023 financial year. This is a substantive reduction, and it's very consistent with the current administration in terms of their efficiency and enhance internal controls and accountability, Acting Speaker. again, the percentage of budgeted revenue collected increased to 86.6% as compared to 81.9% during the previous financial year. Regarding the indigent relief, which is very important.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your time is up. The next councillor from FF Plus is Councillor N. Pasco. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, the mayor reminded us that the governing coalition is in power for 1 year. Today, facts speak louder than their slogans. 42% of annual targets was missed, and 36 of Q3 failed, while 98% of the funds were spent. Speaker, spending with no delivery equals to criminality. Water and sanitation departments installed less than 1 meter of sewage pipeline out of the 550 meters planned for. Road department resolved only 50% of potholes complaints within the norms and standard framework. Emergency services response times remain dangerously slow, putting lives at risk. The Auditor General confirms unauthorized and wasteful expenditure, late reporting and zero consequence management as clear violations to the MFMA and the MSA. Transparency, they exempted 17 indicators from scrutiny. Accountability, non-existent. And then, Speaker, the CFO claims there are no financial implications arising from this report. That statement is not misleading. It is outrage, dangerous. Every single target represents wasted taxpayers' money and broken promises. Under-delivery with full payment is the very definition of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which the MFMA explicitly prohibits under Section 32. To pretend otherwise is to ignore the law and betray the trust of our residents. Accountability is not optional. It is a legal obligation, and this coalition is failing. Freedom Front Plus will not only expose failure, we offer solutions. Number one, automate procurement and billing systems to eliminate corruption. Number two, ring-fence and protect infrastructure budgets for water, roads, emergency services with quarterly public dashboards. Number three, consequence management. Do it. Speaker, Tshwane deserves a government that delivers, not one that hides behind excuses. The Freedom Front Plus stands for constitutional accountability, clean governance, and real service delivery. The time to stop the rot starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasco. Whip of EFF, did we resolve? Councillor Mchusi, the floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now, Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests. The EFF acknowledged the audited Q4 service delivery and budget implementation plan SDB IP results, but we do so with a sharp and principled eye. While the report shows 63.15% achievement of targets, we must ask, what do these numbers mean to a family in Mamelodi without water, or a household in Hammanskraal without sanitation? The EFF refused to celebrate statistics when communities still live under conditions of suffering and neglect. The SDB IP is the heart of the city's accountability system. It tells us whether budgets translate into service delivery. Yet this report reveals that many departments continue to underperform. particularly in critical sectors like water, electricity, and sanitation. This pattern exposes an administration trapped in bureaucracy, not transformation. The EFF policy is clear. Performance without accountability is meaningless. We must hold managers, MMCs, and executive personally responsible for service delivery failures. The EFF supports the efforts towards audit compliance and welcomes the city's initiative to address previous AG findings. But we remind this council that compliance must not replace compassion and tick box. Governance cannot substitute for revolutionary leadership. The people of Tshwane deserves a municipality that acts with agency, integrity, and purpose. Our revolution demands that public resources deliver visible, life-changing results. We call for the institutionalization of community scorecards where residents can evaluate service delivery themselves. Only when communities are empowered to access government will we achieve true transparency. The EFF will not rest until every ward, every clinic, every street light reflects people's power over governance. The measure of government.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Time's up. As recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. We will now take lunch. It is 1:20. We will come back at 2:30. We are coming back at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Let's settle down so that we can continue with our meeting. Thank you very much, councillors. May we continue with our meeting? Please take your seats. Let's take our seats. Councillor Mazibugo, please take your seat. Thank you very much, councillors. May we continue with our council meeting. We are now on item 6. Reference number, Councillor Makhale. Reference number 92369, Economic Development and Special Planning. Report to obtain approval to proceed with the public participation process for the draft Hatfield Metropolitan Node Precinct. The report is on page 459 until page 804. The recommendations are on page 470. On this report, we've got 3 speakers. The first speaker from the ANC is Chairperson J.K. Masilela. Chairperson J.K. Masilela. Yes, Councillor Masha.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. I will take the item on behalf of Councillor Masilela.
Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, the Hatfield Metropolitan Node integrates community development directly into a framework for a compact, walkable, and mixed-use urban environment. The success of the Hatfield City Environment Improvement District also provides a model for the enhancement of social, economic, and spatial integration through private-public partnerships. Spatial planning balances various concerns of modern societies while articulating ground visions and formal action proposals.
Councillor Masha. Councillors, council is in session. Please, let's not drown the speaker. Thank you, Councillor Masha. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I would request 10 seconds further to that. The aim of this report is to obtain approval to proceed with the public participation process, which will transform the Hatfield Metropolitan Node into thriving, inclusive, and safe urban precinct that fosters economic prosperity, vibrant public spaces, and a strong sense of community at the Gauteng station. Public participation is essential in finalizing the spatial strategy. It supports stakeholder engagement by framing key considerations, clarifying objectives, outlining options, presenting evidence, collecting feedback, responding to concerns and establishing regular links. Collaboration with Hatfield CID and other partners provides business support services, including skills training and access to finance. Speaker, involving the public in the planning process builds trust and transparency, which are crucial for public support and buy-in for development initiatives. A participatory process holds both the planners and the committee accountable for the outcomes. Involving citizens in the decision-making process helps deepen democracy and empowers them to participate in the governance of their local areas. Citizen participation stands as a vital component of planning process, granting those most affected a means to express specific concerns and aspirations. A public involvement process that secures widespread input throughout the development of a precinct plan fosters the production of a more enduring and broadly supported framework. Stakeholders possess substantive knowledge regarding the range of their insights, which can materially enhance the plan's efficacy and receptivity. In conclusion, Speaker, the approval of the public participation process for the precinct plan will represent an important advancement in urban planning governance. The report has illustrated how public collaboration can contribute to inclusive solutions, cultivating long-term communal benefits. Accordingly, the participatory input underscores a commitment to the transparent, equitable decision-making and fosters trust among stakeholders in the city. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Masha. The next speaker will be from the DA, Councillor T. Dippenaar. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports sending this to public participation, but certain aspects of the draft Hatfield Metropolitan Node Precinct Plan require careful consideration and should not be rushed through, as this administration tends to do. The proposed plan is crucial due to the area's high-density accommodation and the urgent need to address student safety, particularly at night, and effective traffic management. It is also essential that the plan considers and protects individual homeowners' rights, unlike the RSDF case, where the current administration's insistence on not developing single errand infringes on their rights. The Hatfield Precinct Plan aims to address increasing vehicle traffic and pedestrian safety. A key solution was covering the Metro Rail tracks and various other plans to improve connectivity. However, due to the objections from the Department of Roads and Stormwater, many practical solutions were scrapped and funding is not secured. It's crucial that this plan goes out for public participation to ensure better connectivity is achieved, which was the main objective. We have grave concerns about the planned entertainment zone on Linwood Road. The neighboring suburbs are already affected by the nightclubs, noise pollution, and the associated crimes. They are of significant concerns for the residents of Brooklyn, Linwood, and Menlo Park. This plan may essentially legalize and condone these past illegal activities if proper law enforcement is not exercised. Furthermore, the proposal to turn the environmentally sensitive Colburn Nature Reserve into a park and ride facility will be an environmental disaster. Petrochemicals will likely contaminate the protected wetlands. These are some of the critical issues that need to be addressed through public participation. The Democratic Alliance will monitor this process and provide input as it directly affects residents and the property owners in multiple adjacent wards. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dippenaar. The next speaker is from the EFF, and it will be Councillor B. Matebula. Your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to be taking the report, Councillor Matlawan. Thank you, Speaker and Chief and his entourage, fellow councillors. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcome the draft Hatfield Metropolitan Node Precinct Plan being brought forward for public participation. This plan presents an opportunity to reshape our city urban landscape, but we must ensure that the urban transformation never becomes a playground for the rich while the working class and the students are left behind. Cities cannot become spaces for exclusion, which where the privileged occupy skylines while the workers who keep the cities alive are pushed to the margins. Spatial justice is not a slogan, but it's a revolutionary obligation. EFF recognizes Hatfield as Tshwane's most strategic economic mobility nodes, and however, it remains a symbol of inequality, a place where wealth, poverty exist side by side. For the past 8 years under the DA failed administration, we witnessed urban planning that deepened segregation, neglected infrastructure in townships, and ignored the need for informal traders and students. Today we stand here to correct that legacy, to ensure that urban development serves the people, not profit. The EFF is encouraged that this precinct plan will include provision for affordable housing, small business spaces, and workable public areas that prioritize community well-being over commercial interest. Public participation this process is critical, but it must be reduced. It must not be reduced to ticking box exercise. The EFF demands that it be meaningful, multilingual, and accessible, reaching not only the developers and the property owners, but also the residents, workers, and the students who live for long term. We further call for the city to ensure that Hatfield Precinct Plan becomes a tool for inclusive urban renewal, integrating public transport, safety infrastructure, supporting small businesses and informal traders, youth employment, skills development programs, and environmental sustainability and non-negotiable priority. A city that excludes its poor is already underdeveloped, no matter how tall its building stands. EFF support this report and call for public participation, but we also do so with firm belief that the voices of the workers, students, and hawkers and unemployment must carry equal weight to those of developers and investors. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matlawani. That was the last speaker on the report. MMC, would you like to close? Your time starts now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, EM, DM, and all protocol of there. Yes, I just want to reiterate the fact that this new administration wants to provide good services to all the residents of Tshwane. Today, it's Hatfield's turn that we are going to make sure that we provide a much-needed service in Hatfield. So, Speaker, we want to make sure that this draft, the bylaw, it's been aligned to our strategic plan, what we call Tshwane Economic Revitalization Strategy. And that strategy on its own, it wants to empower everyone in the capital city, grow economy, as well as create some jobs. So Hatfield, over the years, Speaker, has been one of the areas that is going under significant growth, and transformation is also transformation is also one of the things that what has been going on. The population is growing, transportation is growing, economic hub is growing, rapid transport is also growing. We also know that we have Gautrain in Hatfield. So what we are saying, Speaker, is that we want to make sure that this area becomes one of the economic hub of the capital city. We want this place to be one of the residential hub of the city. So I also want to take this opportunity to thank Hatfield ICT for being partnering with us so that we can be able to develop this Hatfield together. We are saying Tshwane is rising, so let all the residents of Tshwane help us in terms of the growth. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. MMC as recommended. Item 7, reference number 33457/1, Group Property Department, proposed transfer of R3707 and 3708, Olivenhout Bosch, extension 23, to Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The report is on page 805 to 844. The recommendations are on page 821. We've got 5 speakers on this item. The
The first speaker from the ANC will be Councillor M.K. Masha. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Ke tšee sebaka se ke go leboge mospikara wa motsemogolo wa Tshwane. Mospikara ka morago ga dipoledišano le ba executive ya rona ya Tshwane, I will be diverting from some of my prepared notes because we had put our concerns to them. Speaker, let me start by saying that the Olivenwood Bosch Police Station serves 4 wards that are represented in this council, being Ward 106, 77, 48, and 65. So this station serves a population of well over 200,000 residents of the city, with a policing precinct of 76 square kilometers. You would imagine that such a population would need a sufficient police station to cover that particular area. However, this police station has been operating under a 4-roomed house for the past 24 years. So we want to thank this administration that has come in within a short space of time to process this particular request by the community. So I would want to quickly delve into the prepared notes, however, indicate few things. The proposed transfer of ERF 3707 and 3708 Olivenwood Bosch Extension 23, which is combined 4,500 square meters, is substantially insignificant to occupy permanent space for developing police station in Olivenwood Bosch. Speaker, with the station currently being upgraded to a canal station, this leads to additional resources being required and thus a larger facility needed for a well-functioning station to serve the community of Olivenwood Bosch and surrounding. Therefore, Speaker, after thorough engagement with SAPS and various community stakeholders, including your CPF, we have proposed to the city that ERF 12197 of Olivenwood Bosch, extension 37, which is 19,000 square meters, rather be identified as a suitable land. However, in the meantime, we would accept the current allocation of land in extension 23 with more work that needs to be done to ensure that we avail a bigger space for the police station. Unfortunately, we cannot be able to build the station on the current land. However, it will legitimize the stay of the police station where they are right now, as they're currently illegally occupying that land. Speaker, the land proposed at ERF 12197 is situated next to the Olivenwood Bosch Library and also the Minerva substation, which will assist those particular facilities with the presence of the police there. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity, and we accept.
Thank you very much, Councillor Masha. The next speaker on the report is from DA, Councillor A. Randall.
Thank you so much, Acting Speaker. At the corner of Imbongolo Avenue and Imbuvane Street stands a building that was never meant to carry the weight it does today. Originally a satellite station for Weerdabrug SAPS, the Olivenwood Bosch Police Station now serves a sprawling jurisdiction that stretches from the R511 near Diepsloot all the way to the road adjacent to Midstream's entrance. In 2021 alone, Councillor Marsha served nearly 300,000 residents across a 74 square kilometer radius. And that's a number that has grown with developments like Touchfield Estates and Cosmosdal and others. Yet, despite this exponential growth, the station remains structurally inadequate and operationally strained. It has no holding cells, no proper detective offices, and no room for expansion. The remaining space is crammed with mobile offices, temporary containers, and makeshift structures. It is not conducive to effective policing. It is, frankly, an occupational health and safety risk. But, Acting Speaker, this is not just a logistical concern. It's a public safety crisis. Because according to recent statistics, Olivenwood Bosch ranks 15th in South Africa for trio crimes, 9th for carjackings, 18th for robberies at non-residential premises, and 15th for truck hijackings. And these are not just numbers. They reflect the lived realities of our residents in Olivenhout-Bosch. In July this year, I also directed questions to the MEC for Safety and Security on her department's plans to assist in addressing the serious challenges the SAPS Olivenhout-Bosch station is facing and ensuring that the provincial department is committed to intergovernmental engagements and ensuring adequate resources. Acting Speaker, the transfer of Urban 3707 and 3708 to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as proposed in this report before us, is a step in the right direction, but it must be matched with urgency, funding, and intergovernmental coordination. Our residents deserve more than statistics. They deserve safety, dignity, and infrastructure that meets the scale of their needs. The Democratic Alliance supports the recommendations, especially the gratis transfer of the two urban, and I will be writing to the National DA Minister for Public Works.
Yes, Councillor Masha, what are you raising on? Point of? No, press once.
Point of information, Speaker.
Yes,
I actually would have wanted the colleague to conclude before I come in. Okay, that's fine. Let me continue. Let me thank the colleague on the other side. But just to inform the colleague that I think the stats that she's pointing out in terms of the trio crimes levels and all of that are a bit older statistics. Yes, indeed, Oliven was ranking at that level. And currently, and I must emphasize this point, that through the intervention of Amapanyaza, who are operating under a tree, the numbers have substantially decreased, and Olivenhout-Bosch is no longer in the top 100 stations in the country.
Thanks, Councillor Masha. Councillor, please continue on an informed basis. Continue, Councillor. Is your mic on?
On?
Is your mic on?
There it goes eventually. The Democratic Alliance supports the recommendations, especially the gratis transfer of the two urban, and will be writing to the National DA Minister for Public Works and Infrastructure, Minister Dean McPherson, to request his involvement in ensuring that the process to build a new SAPS Olivenhout-Bosch station becomes a reality in the foreseen future. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker from the EFF will be Councillor Matebula. On the same item. Yes. Councillor Masha. MMC Mrodi. Okay. Noted. Councillor Matebula.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests, the EFF support the proposed transfer of ERF 3707 and 3708 in Olivenhout-Bosch to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for the establishment of a fully fledged police station. This is not mere a land transfer, it is a direct investment in the safety, dignity, and protection of our people. For too long, the residents of Oliven have been victims of both crime and state neglect. True safety is not achieved through policing alone. It is achieved when the state is visible, responsive, and trusted by the people it serves. We cannot ignore the 8 years of failed DA administration that left community like Oliven without essential safety infrastructure. under their government, service delivery collapsed, crime escalated, and bureaucracy delays became a norm. What we are addressing today is not a new issue. It is a result of years of administrative negligence, political indifference, and misplaced priorities. We note that the previous 2007 resolution was irregular and lacked proper list terms. This should serve as a reminder that poor governments can delay service delivery for decades. The EFF calls for stronger administrative oversight to ensure that no community ever waits this long for basic public infrastructure. The city must now build institutions that operate with speed, integrity, and efficiency. Furthermore, the EFF demands that the new police station prioritize accessibility for residents, promote youth safety program, and provide permanent space for victim support services. Crime in Oliven is not just a policing matter, it is a social and economic crisis. We therefore insist that the safety infrastructure must go hand in hand with the social development, skill empowerment, and job creation. We also welcome the condition that the environmental and agricultural department air quality station be accommodated within the site. This aligns with the EFF's call for integrated multi-purpose public infrastructure that serves more than one purpose and benefits all. The community must see this development as a government favor, but must not see it as a government favor, but as a rightful return of public investment. The first duty of any revolutionary government is to make the people feel safe in their own streets. The EFF therefore supports this report, not for bureaucracy compliments, but because it respects
Thank you very much, Councillor Rasese. Councillor Mukhalusi, your mic is on. Yes, you have pressed. Switch off. Thank you. The next speaker will be from Action SA, Councillor Khafani. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you once again, Speaker. Speaker, today I will be speaking as a child who grew up in Oliven Hotwatch, who has seen the condition of this police station, who has been a victim of crime and have had to use that police station. And I just want to send a special appreciation to the station commander of Oliven Hotwatch for his dedication and his fight.
Order, honorable councillors, let us not cloud the speaker. Proceed, councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to send great appreciation to the station commander for his dedication and continued fight for crime in Oliven Hotwatch.
Yes, Councillor Makhali.
When I open like you, what is waiting for you there? Busy no up. Focus on your word. Focus on your word. I'm a resident in what
it means she's very young. She's very young to say that.
Councillor Khafani. Councillor Khafani.
Speaker.
Did you say Councillor Makhale Wapapa?
No. Speaker. No, Speaker, I'm referring to my friend here, MMC of Health. Yeah, no.
Please continue.
But Speaker, what's Cinderella, the shoe always fits that side. So I understand.
If the shoe fits.
Okay.
Continue.
Thank you, Speaker. The Oliven Hotwatch, yes.
Order,
Speaker.
councillors.
Please, can you add my time? One step in.
Add 20 seconds.
Thank you. The Oliven Hotwatch police station not only caters to the residents in Oliven, It caters to Mnandi, Thashfield, Blue Valley, Monaveni, Stone Ridge, etc. Speaker, the current size and operations of this police station do not meet the requirements for a developed population increased society. Not only is its current entrance an inconvenience to residents, but finding a place to park and even the police officials themselves in using their state vehicles, it's near impossible, and the state of the police station is currently appalling. Speaker, as the residents of Olivenhood, Bosch, etc., we would like to thank the City of Tshwane and its coalition government for this generous donation. The land being donated to Public Works Department and the expansion of this police station is not only about fighting crime, but also bringing dignity to the residents who make use of this police station. Speaker, as the Department of Environment and Agriculture as well, we would like to send appreciation because we actually have our air monitoring system that is stationed on this very land. And to have SAPS being the one protecting that station is very vital and important to the city, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khafani. The next speaker is from FF Plus. It's Councillor M. Joubert. The floor is yours. Please press your mic. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this note, each and every speaker on this matter has not given the full encouragement to the previous MMC of Community Safety, Alderman Grandi Tennyson, who actually initiated
Order, honorable councillors. Allow the speaker to speak.
On that note, Mr. Speaker, there is serious concerns in regards to R3707 in Olivenhout Bosch, where there's an illegal storage site for water tankers since 2011, which carries several serious implications for the community, the environment, and local governance. Not to mention the health risks and environmental degradation, there is also a direct undermining of municipal services. As the previous speakers have noted, that the people living in Olivenhout Bosch has been deprived of critical municipal services. So, this property has been listed as an asset in the City of Tshwane since 2011. And if there is water tanker companies that's been utilizing these premises illegally, Group Properties really needs to account to all of us here and to the residents of the City of Tshwane. So there needs to be accountability. Thus, there was a serious contravention of zoning and land use regulations. The municipal bylaws are clear that this earth is not zoned for residential or non-industrial use. So using this earth for water tanker storage facility is a direct violation of this bylaw. So, in terms of all these facts that's indicated in this report, we will be formally lodging questions in terms of Rule 10.1b of the standing orders, so that there needs to be taken action against what has been happening here. This is 15 years later, 14 years later, no rental income for the city. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joubert. That was the last speaker, as recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. Item 8. Oh, my apologies, MMC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Yes, thank you, Acting Speaker. When we look at Olivenhout Bosch, it was an informal settlement that was not designed adequately. I hear the sentiments that Councillor Masha raises, that it is not big enough, but this is what we have. So we've got an earth, they are going to get 2 earths, and it also addresses the issue that Councillor Jube there raises, that there has been an illegal occupation on the other earth by the water tankers. So when we donate these 2 earths, that will assist us in making sure that the community of Olivenhout-Bosch gets dignity. The people there have been living for the longest time, being victims to crime, not having adequate resources. And this shows that we are a government that listens. So in November, when we had our Imbizo in Region 4, one of the things that came out of the Imbizo, or the request from the community, was that we need to have our own police stations. And as government that keeps its promises, we are making sure that we deliver this land. And I'm not disheartened, but I'm happy about the fact that Councillor Randall is mentioning that we are going to get national government involved. It's important that as all spheres of government, we take hands together, because development has to happen for everyone, everywhere. And I think that it's about time that we start looking after our less fortunate areas. So this is very important. And also we've mentioned that the crime in that area has significantly risen. We hope that with this development, we can have some form of dignity, but also address the illegality. And we are saying that this is not necessarily the end of what we are doing with public works. We also want that same spirit that Councillor Randall speaks about, that they start addressing the buildings that belong to them, that are abandoned in the city. We want the minister to come and help us with the telecom buildings, with various public works. That building there that was occupied by transport, come on board and assist us, because they are becoming havens for criminals. So to the community of Olivenhout-Bosch, we hear you as government, and we are here to support you. We are going to make sure that public works does come on board. They assist with building the police station, and also the residents of Tshwane as well. We make sure that public works does pay for their water and electricity, because you will note also in that report there is money that they owe the municipality. So as much as we work with you, government, national government, you have to come on board and make sure that you do pay our rates and taxes, and make sure that the water bills are also paid. In that, having said that, I want to say that council must approve this so that we can give dignity to the less fortunate residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC Morodi. That was the last speaker. As recommended? Yes. Item 8, reference number 795 from Group Property Department, proposed land exchange of portion of the road known as Technicon Place, owned by City of Tshwane, in exchange of portion 1, R17 Philip Nel Park, owned by TUT. The report is on page 845 to 875. The recommendations are on page 859. On this item, we have got 3 speakers. The first speaker from the ANC is Councillor V. Palwani. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. The said land exchange for Tshwane University of Technology will improve access control once the road is upgraded to accommodate the growing intake number of students to the learning institution and provide security and safety for everyone entering the university, more especially the students and employees on a daily basis. More so, Speaker, the exchange is beneficial to the city, as the property will be used for municipal purposes and presents an opportunity to address long-standing concerns about land use and heritage management in line with the city's strategic plans designated for cemeteries on the Regional Special Development Framework 2021. As several graves of the Rebecca Street Cemetery have encroached on the earth owned by the university. Furthermore, Speaker, this exchange aligns with our municipalities' goals of sustainable development and responsible land management. By facilitating this exchange, Speaker, we are ultimately supporting the growth of education, urban planning, and heritage preservation in our city. Speaker, regarding all that has been said, Speaker,
The ANC supports the report and takes cognizance of its contents. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Palwani. The next speaker from the EFF is Councillor P. Matepa. Mama Tepa. Councillor Katle, please switch off your mic. Councillor Mama Tepa, please press your mic. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. The economic freedom fighters support the proposal land exchange between the city of Tshwane and the Tshwane University Technology. Recognize it is an act of both moral correction and development and foresight. This is not just a technical land swap. It is a restoration of dignity for both the living and departed. The encroachment of a municipality graves onto university land is more than an illegal error. It is a reflection of the administrative neglect and special disorder that defined the 8 years of DA failure in this city. Under the leadership, land governance collapsed into a chaos. A record were mismanaged and public assets were traded with no regard for heritage or accountability. Community were left to witness their erosion of a dignity, both of their ancestors and of their living condition. Today, under a responsive coalition government that prioritizes ethically governance and transparency, we are correcting those past wrongs. The EFF proudly supports this exchange because it reflects a government that listens and consults and acts with a conscience. We welcome this collaboration between the city and TUT as exchange of how institutions can work together to advance both education and community development. However, the EFF cohesion that all land transactions must be governed by full transparency and fairness. Land is not a commodity. It is the soul of peoples. However, instead that every municipality land decision be guided by social value, public benefit, and historical justice, not by the interest of the few. The exchange will allow a TUT to develop and improve road access and mobility infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mamatepa. The next speaker from Action SA is Councillor T. Malusi.
Speaker, I take this platform to endorse a report that exemplifies the kind of governance we promise the residents of City of Tshwane. Decisive, lawful, and rooted in public value. This proposed land exchange between the City of Tshwane and the Tshwane University of Technology is not a routine adjustment. It is a strategic correction, a spatial arrangement, a governance intervention that reflects the reformist DNA of Action SA and the operational discipline of multi-party coalition government. This is not just about land, it's about legacy. It's about unlocking public assets for public purpose. The 6,420 meter square portion of Technicon Place is the only access road to TUT, a vital institution that has used this road for decades. Formalizing its transfer is not a favor. It is overdue governance in return. The city received 3,178 meters square of land to Rebecca Cemetery, correcting historical encroachment and consolidating our municipal footprint.
Mr. Speaker, I take this platform to endorse a report that reflects the Action SA standard of governance, legal precision under the Municipal Financial Management Act and Municipal Asset Transfer Regulations, operational foresight in protecting municipal infrastructure through servitudes, strategic generosity in transferring the access of 1,718 meters square because TLT is an organ of state. A public purpose must outdo a transitional arithmetic. This coalition governance at its best, bold, principled, and people-centered. We are not here to hoard land. We are here to unlock its value for communities, for institutions, and for the future. This exchange regulates access, protects heritage, and strengthens intergovernmental trust. Mr. Speaker, I take this platform to endorse a report that meets the standard we set as Action SA and the multi-party coalition government. A city that works, a public service that delivers, and a council that governs with clarity and courage. Let us approve this report with unity, with precision, and with the revolutionary intent that defines our coalition to govern differently, to serve decisively, and to restore dignity in every square meter. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Malusi. As recommended. We are now on item 9, reference number 49702, stroke 1, Group Property Department, received report, proposed transfer of ERF 5552 Nel Mafias Extension 4 to the Gauteng Provincial Government for educational purposes. The report is on page 876 to 905. Recommendations are on page 886. On this item, we have got 4 speakers. The first speaker from the ANC is Councillor SPC Tiani. Councillor SPC Tiani, the floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This initiative represents a significant stride towards advancing our shared vision of providing quality education and fostering sustainable development within our communities. Speaker, the ERF, Nel Mafias Extension 4, is not required to provide a minimum level of basic municipal services. Hence, the transfer of the property is appropriate, as there has been an educational development of Nel Mafias High School, which has kept the shortage of schools within the area due to expansion of formal and informal settlements. The school is fully operational and has received an increase for the 2025 enrollment, showing a much-needed facility to the Gauteng Provincial Government for educational purposes. More so, Speaker, the purpose of disposal from lease to non-profit organization to transfer to Gauteng Provincial Government for educational purposes with a market value of 7,460,000 will be for free, and the full responsibility for the property, including the payment of rates and taxes, will go to the Gauteng Provincial Government, increasing revenue to be collected by the city upon the transfer of the property. In conclusion, Speaker, the ANC supports Council to rescind the resolution to lease for a period of 30 years taken on 25 August 2011 and for the approval of the transfer of the Gauteng Provincial Government in terms of Section 14(6) of the Municipal Finance Management Act and Regulations 20E of the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulations by Council. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker from DA is Councillor J. Ace.
Speaker, there's somebody looking for your attention that side. Maybe take their point.
Where?
I don't know, they're screaming speaker.
No, there's no one. There's no hand up.
Thank you very much,
Can we
Speaker.
start her time, please?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm actually not listed for this item. I am listed for item number 10. and I'll speak there. I'm not sure why I'm on the list for here. I'm speaking on item 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed. The next speaker from EFF will be Councillor T. Kadima. The floor is yours. The 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to colleagues. The Economic Freedom Fighters stands in full and unapologetic support of the proposed transfer of R552 Nelmafias Expansion 4 to the Gauteng Provincial Government for the expansion of educational facilities. This decision is not only administratively sound, it is morally just and politically progressive. In a nation still healing from historic exclusion, education remains the most powerful weapon of liberation. When land is given for a school, it is not a loss to the city. It is an investment in the soul of the nation and in the future of African children, who deserve more than temporary classrooms and overcrowded facilities. For 8 long years, under the failed DA administration, this city was run like a private estate for the privileged few. They prioritized class buildings over schools, private interest over public need, a political arrogance over service delivery. While communities like Nelmafias cried out for classrooms, clinics, and safe roads, the DA's government responded with indifference and empty press statements. They failed to plan for population growth, failed to release land for development, and failed to understand that a government that neglects education neglects its own people. The EFF will never tire of reminding this council that DA's so-called world-class city vision was built on exclusion and elitism. Today, under the service delivery-driven coalition government, we are witnessing a shift from rhetoric results. The city is once again aligning its resources with the needs of the people. The decision to rescind the outdated 2011 lease and transfer the land directly to the Gauteng provincial government for educational purposes reflects a government that acts with conscience, agency, and accountability. This is what responsive governance looks like. A city that does not hoard land but releases it to empower communities. That does not delay progress with red tape but drives it with purpose and vision. The EFF welcomes this transfer and calls for it to be implemented with full transparency, compliance, and oversight. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker from Action SA, Councillor M. Matou. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you again, Acting Speaker, and all protocols observed. Action SA caucus support the rescinding of Council Resolution of 2011 to list R5552 Nelmafias Extension 4 for NPO purposes, so that the property can be transferred to the Gauteng provincial government for educational purposes. We, however, anticipate that this process will adhere to required legislation for compliance. Acting Speaker, the properties in question is already being utilized as a school named Nelmafias High. What is required here is to transfer ownership to the Gauteng provincial government so that they can take full responsibility for this property, including upgrading of the facility, building additional learning spaces for the increasing number of learners, and being liable to rates and taxes. Action SA core value on education is that all South Africans should be able to access quality education, no matter who they are and where they live. But the fact remains that inequalities in educational opportunities are not only continuing but are very persistent, especially in previously disadvantaged communities like Nermapias. This area is experiencing a high population growth due to the increasing number of formal and informal settlements. The area is also characterized by a high density of undocumented foreign nationals, and this causes overcrowding in classrooms, Acting Speaker. And it also impacts negatively on the quality of teaching and learning in that area. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matlow. As recommended. Next item, item 10, reference number 96463, Group Property Department, proposed extension of an existing servitude registered in favor of Redwater by an additional 5 meters over remainder portion 82 of the farm Zanfontein 317 JR. The report is on page 906 to 925. Recommendations are on page 915. On this report, we've got 4 speakers. The first speaker is from the ANC, Councillor R.S. Sitole. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I thank you, Speaker. In accordance with the Water Service Act 108 of 1997, Section 31 and 80, the extension of the servitude proposed by the Redwater is complained. The pipeline will be beneficial to the Zanfontein area in terms of water supply, thus also providing efficient services to the residents of the city residing in the area. Speaker, with the Human Settlement Department having approved the plans to develop a township on the remainder of the portion 87 Zanfontein 317 JR, which is going to form the part under Anduo X37, and it will not affect the planned development. The pipeline extension will benefit the community in terms of ease of water and connecting and supply once development is completed. As we are aware, access to reliable water supply is fundamental to our community's health, development, and economical progress. Moso, Speaker, extended the virtual with the facilitating necessity upgrading and maintenance activities, thereby securing the continued efficiency of the Redwater's operation in the region. In considering all these factors, Speaker, the ANC supported the approval of the registration of the 5 meters wide servitude over the remainder portion 82 of the farm Zanfontein 317 JR in terms of Section 14 brackets 2 on the Municipal Finance Management Act, or Act 56 of 2003. As it is aligned with the city broader objectives of the supporting the infrastructure, safeguarding environmental integrity, and saving the best interest of our community. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is from the DA, Councillor J. Ace. Your time, 3 minutes starts.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The DA is in support of this item. We did, however, arrange with the leader of executive business, not the one that's here, but the one that's in Moscow for some reason. We did ask him that the valuation certificate be included in the report and that the recommendations include the value of the property. We've been assured that this has been done on the report. However, we can't access currently the city systems to confirm that. I did raise this with you prior to to lunch as well, that we can't access the intranet. So currently we're in a bit of a predicament. We want to support the report, but we are not sure which version it is that we are supporting. And should the correct documents be uploaded, then we will be supporting, but we need assurance that that is the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Indeed, what Councillor Ace is raising, we do have a challenge on the systems, and we've been provided with, we were only managed to print out few of these documents, but through your guidance, as maybe whips, we've got enough to share with your good selves, and then we can also afford you an opportunity, 10, 15 minutes, for you to peruse, and then you find each other and agree, then we can move in that order. Can we do that now? Yeah, maybe let's take that 10, 15 minutes break, and then officials will distribute whips. Let's gather here in front so that you can get documents distributed to yourselves. We'll adjourn for 10, 15 minutes. We'll indicate when we are ready to come back. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. May we settle down and proceed with the meeting. Let's settle down. Thank you very much. We afforded whips an opportunity to find each other. Councillor Ace in particular, you were fine with the discussion. We can proceed as such. You are satisfied with the document. Thank you very much. The next speaker from Action SA on item 10 is Councillor D. Mahlangu. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Speaker, the report before Council seeks approval for extension of existing servitude in favor of rainwater by an additional 5 meters over the remainder portion 82 of the farm Zenfontein 317 GR located in Region 3, Ward 55. This extension, Speaker, is measuring approximately 2,916 square meters, is required to accommodate rainwater's pipeline expansion, a critical investment that strengthens water supply infrastructure for the future development of our city. The land in question belongs to the city of Tshwane, and the servitude will be registered at rainwater's cost, ensuring no financial burden on the municipality. Speaker, this proposal is fully aligned with Section 31 and Section 80 of the Water Services Act 1997, which authorizes the construction and maintenance of infrastructure necessary for the sustainable delivery of water services. Action SA supports this initiative because it demonstrates strategic alignment between municipal planning and bulk service provision. The extension will directly benefit the Indian Extension 37 Human Settlement Project, ensuring that future township residents have access to a reliable and sustainable water supply. The Group Human Settlement Department has confirmed that the additional servitude will not disrupt development plans, but will in fact enhance infrastructure readiness for housing delivery. Speaker, the report is also represent a step toward correcting the long-standing administrative backlogs. The pipeline construction began in 2013 under the Gauteng provincial government, but the servitude registration waited after the property was transferred to the city in 2014. Today, Speaker, under the current administration, we are bringing order, accountability, and compliance to the matters ensuring that the city's assets are properly managed and that infrastructure projects proceed lawfully and efficiently. Honorable Speaker, this is a kind of responsible and transparent governance that Action SA continues to champion. A governance that has an appetite for service delivery, not lip service. A government that has an appetite for progress, not paperwork. Let us therefore support the report, Speaker, as it advances water security, proper land administration, and sustainable human settlement development. Speaker, when we fix systems that support service delivery, we are fixing the city of Tshwane. This will also benefit the community of Gomora, Speaker, who will be relocated in this Endion land. And check markings has been done at Endion. As sooner this project has been implemented, the sooner the relocation process resumes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mahlangu. The next speaker from FF Plus is Councillor M. Erasmus. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, and all protocol observed. This is not only a practical step for urban development, but also necessary one to ensure that the city of Tshwane infrastructure expands and is maintained as our city grows. However, while we extend these servitudes, we must also begin holding construction developers and contractors accountable for the condition of the infrastructure surrounding their project sites. Heavy machinery and constant vehicle movement often damage nearby roads and infrastructure, meaning costs which the city ultimately has to bear. It is only fair and responsible that the City of Tshwane implements a new policy requiring all future construction projects to take ownership of repairing and maintaining the surrounding public infrastructure impacting by the activities. This will promote better planning, shared accountability, and ultimately reduce unnecessary expenditure from the city's limited maintenance budget. The Freedom from Plus supports this report, but Acting Speaker, the current administration should extend accountability as well, ensuring that growth and responsibility goes hand in hand. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus. That was the last speaker on the item as recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. Item 11, reference number 89432/1, Group Property Department requests to conduct public participation for the proposed lease of a high-value property known as Potion ERF 1584 Arcadia Caledonian Stadium for mixed-use development. The report is on page 926 to page 942. The recommendations are on page 941. On this item, earlier on we had a misplaced speaker on one of the reports. We have corrected it, but the first councillor to speak on this report is from ANC, Councillor C. Ngoveni, and we have inserted Councillor T. Vilakazi on the right spot after Councillor C. Ngoveni. Councillor C. Ngoveni, the floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I will take over the report. The proposed development aims to transform a significant asset into a vibrant hub that combines residential, commercial, recreational, and community spaces. Such initiatives stand as a testament to our commitment to inclusive growth, ensuring that the voices of our residents are heard and triggered into planning decisions. Speaker, the benefits of this project are numerous and compelling. Firstly, economic growth. The development will stimulate the local economy by creating new employment opportunities during construction and in the operational phases of the development. And secondly, but not least, urban renewal and land utilization. By transforming this high-value property into a mixed-use development, we optimize land use within our city, reducing urban sprawl and promoting sustainable growth. This not only preserves the integrity of our city layout, but also enhances the aesthetic appeal and functionality of the area, making it more attractive to residents, investors, and visitors alike. Furthermore, Speaker, this development offers an opportunity to address housing needs. The mixed-use nature could incorporate affordable housing units, alleviating some of the pressure on our housing market and ensuring that all residents, regardless of income, can enjoy the benefits of this revitalized area. The African National Congress also recognized the importance of engaging with our residents through this process. The public participation phase will allow committee members to voice their opinions, concerns, and suggestions. It will ensure that the project not only meets economic objectives, but aligns with the aspirations and needs of the people it aims to serve. With that being said, Speaker, approving this report and engaging public participation is a step forward in our shared journey towards a more prosperous, resilient, and inclusive Arcadia. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker will be Councillor T. Vilakazi from DA. Proceed, Councillor. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, Councillor L. Krusha. Sorry, Councillor Vilakazi. What are you raising on? No, not you, Councillor Vilakazi. There is a councillor on your side. Councillor Kru. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Vilakazi. Press your mic. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Leon Crater is going to take this one. Thank you.
wena no ya go bulele eng?
Councillor Kresha?
No. Honorable Speaker, fellow councillors, the Democratic Alliance believes that every public asset transaction must be guided by transparency, fair process and value for money. The Caledonian Stadium is a high-value municipal property, a heritage site located in the heart of the city. The report believes before us seeks permission, or the report before us seeks permission to conduct public participation for its proposed lease and redevelopment. The DA welcomes responsible investment, but we insist that the process be transparent and accountable. Before any lease is approved, Council must see or have a full valuation report, the details of the proposed development concept and the public participation outcome, so that we know the community's voice has been heard. We cannot allow heritage assets to be disposed of through backroom arrangements or without clean public oversight. The Caledonian is part of our collective identity. Its redevelopment must serve the public, not private interests. The DA therefore supports public participation but calls for strict financial accountability, full disclosure of valuation documents, and the council oversight at every step. That is what is clean, transparent government looks like. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next councillor is from Action SA, Councillor J. Matabate. Oh, yes, apologies, Councillor Matabate. The next councillor will be from the EFF, Councillor R. Munchusi. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests, we gather here today to speak not only about the property, but about the piece of our city's soul, the Caledonian Stadium, officially known as portion of R1584 in Arcadia. It's more than land and infrastructure. It is a symbol of our shared heritage, our sporting pride, and our people's resilience. For years, this historical site stood in decay, a monument to neglect under the failed DA administration, which promised progress but delivered paralysis. While the DA was busy beautifying suburbs for the elite and hosting ribbon cuttings for photo opportunities, places like Caledonian Stadium, where ordinary citizens found joy, unity, and identity, were left to rot. The DA's idea of governance was simple: protect the privileged, privatize the public, and postpone the people. They viewed public land not as a tool for transformation, but as a commodity to be fenced off and forgotten. Today, under the service delivery focused coalition government, that dark chapter is being rewritten. We are here because this government understands that development must be transparent, exclusive, and accountable, not hiding behind closed doors. The proposed list of this 14 million property for a mixed-use development that integrates sports, residential, commercial, and recreational spaces present an opportunity to breathe life into a forgotten landmark. On paper, it offers economic opportunity, job creation, and revitalization. But before any lease is approved, the people must be heard. The EFF supports development, but only development with accountability and justice. Regulation 35 of the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulation requires public participation for high-value assets precisely because public property belongs to the people. Transparency is not a courtesy. It is a constitutional obligation. We have witnessed too many projects in this city start with grand promises and end in scandal. Empty shells of buildings, irregular expenditure.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
The next speaker is from Action SA, Councillor J. Matawate. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, the Executive Leadership, fellow councillors, Badiri Blebaki Bamutsu Mushate, Dumela Mahaiti. This report seeks approval to conduct a public participation for the proposed list of high-value property, namely portion of F1584 Arcadia, the Caledonian Stadium, for a mixed-use development. Speaker, this is an opportunity, a significant opportunity to unlock economic growth, create much-needed jobs, and revitalize a historic site right in the heart of the city. Speaker, the market value for the proposed list stands at 14,077,000 rand, classifying it as a high-value capital asset under the MFMA and the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulations. This shows the strategic importance of this property to the city's economic development agenda. But beyond the numbers, Speaker, lies real value, the people's benefit. The proposed mixed-use development will bring job creation both during the construction phase and through ongoing commercial activities once operational. This is the coalition at work. Residential opportunities to help address urban housing needs and support densification in well-located areas. Retail and economic activities with shops, offices, local enterprises will stimulate small business participation and economic vibrancy in Arcadia. And ultimately, a revitalized urban space that restored pride and activity to an area that has stood underutilized for far too long. Speaker, today's decision is not about selling or giving away city asset. It is about initiating the public participation process as required under Regulation 35 of the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulations. The step ensures transparency, accountability, and community input so that residents, business, and all stakeholders have their voice. Approving this report means opening the door for jobs, housing, for small business opportunities, and for a stronger economy. Therefore, Acting Speaker, Action SA urges this Council to support and approve this report. In closing, Speaker, I need to assure the residents of Tshwane that for as long as this coalition is in place, we will ensure that the DA remains in exile for a very long time. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Matawate. The next speaker will be from FF Plus, that is Councillor C. Neft. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Acting Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus supports the proposal of the development of the Caledonian Stadium, but must be on behalf of the community and in line of our responsibility as Council to ensure clarity, transparency and fairness into the handling of the matter. Raise the following concerns. The Caledonian Stadium was built in the 1930s and represents a historical significant sports venue with a legacy deeply rooted into the city's sporting and cultural heritage. Over the decades, it has served as a central hub for athletics, football, and other sporting events, playing a critical role in the community. Akitsi Bikapa Bashemani Kantani, Batseba Markfish, Bogani Kumalo, Li Itumeleng Kune, Vaneba Bapala Bolo Yard, Mautuka, Caledonian. This sports facility has served as a communal space fostering social cohesion and civic pride. The proposed leasing and the redevelopment of the property, Lisika Libala, Ditabatsena, and Rifumana Melato, Ribatla, Rituse, Utrisisa Huntley. Wat het geword van die oorspronklike huurkontrak met Arcadia Shepherds? Is daar die huurkontrak formeel gekanseleer? Is daar inderdaad 'n huurkontrak of voornemende ooreenkoms met die Departement van Handel en Nywerheid, die DTI, en die betrokkenheid van Reinprop? In die pers is daar onlangs verwysing gemaak na die moontlike betrokkenheid van die Departement van Nywerheid en dat die Raad 'n 3-jaar huurtermyn gesluit het of gaan sluit. In die verslag maak geen melding daarvan nie. Wat is die huurinkomste wat die raad tans ontvang en wat is die voorwaardes van die huurkontrak? Ons waarsku die burgemeester vroegtydig teen 'n herhaling van die Kratos tender. Wat is die status van die ondersoek na die kontrakteur wie se werk gestaak is? Bestaande inligting weerspieël dat die kontrak met Mologadi in September 23 beëindig is na 'n herhaalde nie-nakoming van kontraktuele voorwaardes. Daar is geen aanduiding van 'n formele forensiese verslag in die verband met die saak wat die invordering van onregmatige uitgawes aanspreek nie. Die R67 miljoen wat sedert 2017 aan soortgelyke opgraderings toegeken is op 'n eiendom met die huidige waarde van R14 miljoen. R19,6 miljoen is reeds spandeer. Ons kan nie voortgaan met 'n openbare deelnameproses en 'n 50 jaar huur.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended. Thank you very much, Councillors. Item 12. Yes, Councillor? Okay, approach.
Thank you. Group Property Department requests to conduct public participation for the proposed lease of a high-value property known as portion of R1584 Arcadia, or of a high-value property known as a portion of R154 Arcadia, the Caledonian Stadium for mixed-use development. It is proposed that an additional recommendation 6 be added to the existing recommendations to read as follows: that the report be referred to impact for further scrutiny. Proposed by myself, Karin Neff, and seconded by Councillor Peter Meyer. Thank you. Dalibor.
Thank you very much, Councillors. The proposed recommendation is as follows. It is proposed that an additional recommendation 6 be added to the existing recommendations to read as follows. 6, that the report be referred to MPEC for further scrutiny. Proposed by Councillor C. Neft, seconded by Councillor P. Meyer. As recommended, we will go for MMC.
Chair, I don't think we must really even waste the council's time. How do we take a report that is asking for public participation to MPEG?
Thank you very much, MMC. Let's divide the House. Councillor Neff, are you still tabling the proposed recommendations after the MMC is reaching out? Councillor? Are you withdrawing? Councillor Erasmus, whip.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Chief Whip, can we have a 5-minute caucus just to clear it up, please?
5 minutes.
Yeah, we request 5 minutes caucus. Thank you.
10 minutes. Councillor
10
Erasmus,
minutes.
5 minutes.
No, no.
How
10
many?
minutes, thank you, Speaker.
10 minutes focus granted. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's settle down so that we can proceed. The whip of FF Plus, Councillor Erasmus, did you manage to find out who Zain Musa is? Councillor Erasmus?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Neft will just give feedback on our recommendation number 6. Thank you.
Councillor Neft?
Acting Speaker, it is proposed that an additional recommendation 6 be added to
Just a moment, Councillor Neft. Councillors, let's proceed. Please take your seats.
Yeah. Okay. Can we change it to read? Can I go? Acting Speaker, We just want to change that to say it is proposed that an additional recommendation 6 be added to the existing recommendations to read as follows. That the report be referred to impact for further scrutiny on the money spent up to date on the upgrading of the Caledonian Stadium.
MMC Ramawadu, point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Let's wait for the public participation. In any way, at least we are trying to do something. For the past 8 years, they've been in government. What have they done with Caledonia? They come now grandstanding, and they know that they haven't done anything. Leave it, you failed. We'll sort it. Just leave it to us, please. Please, don't be like that. Leave it to us. We'll sort it. You failed from Musimanga to that one with colorful suits and Randall and Brink. All of you failed combined. So give us a chance, guys. Please.
Councillor Murudu, you are noted. Councillor Mayor's hand is up. Can I take him first and then I'll come back to you? Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I hear what MMC Ramabodi says. Nothing prevents for the process to continue with the public participation process, and it can run simultaneously with the report being referred to impact for the scrutiny or to see what happened to the money that was spent, whether it was irregular expenditure. Those two processes can run simultaneously, so we can adopt that amendment. There's no problem. We continue with the whole leasing or the public participation of the leasing of the land. Thanks, Acting Speaker. I hope the others understand the reasoning behind this.
MMC, I want you to close. I see 3 hands from EFF. They are up. Chief Whip, you'll guide me. I'll only take yours and then MMC. Is it fine? Okay. Chief Whip Radikwan.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker Omuhle. You are doing a wonderful job, Speaker. I must just commend you because I can see that we are moving very quick and they are trying to derail us. Speaker, FF Plus have got personnel that are deployed in MPEC. If they want to bring anything to MPEC, they know the procedure. We are not going to give them tutorials on how to deal with issues of such nature. We are not supporting their view. If they have anything, they'll raise it in MPEC as a committee, but we are moving forward. This is a public participation. We are proceeding. We are not going to be dictated to. And if we can agree, let's just vote quickly and then we move. Thank you very much.
MMC? MMC Murudi?
Thank you, Speaker. What I wanted to say, Speaker, was that there's a reason why we've got the Harrow Code that tells
Councillor
us...
Ngobeni, what is that? Councillor Ngobeni, what are you raising on? I'm sorry, MMC?
Speaker, I'm actually not deliberating. I'm just trying to assist the House to move forward. I'm commenting on the recommendation. Can I proceed?
I would have preferred that MMC closes on this matter.
Yeah,
so
I
that
don't
we
want
can
to
have a way
close.
forward.
I don't want to close the. I'm not closing the report, Speaker.
No, it's fine. Earlier on, when I rose, I lobbied Councillor Radikwan as the whip of EFF because there were 3 hands up. For us to get 1 hand, there was no hand, but now there's 2 more hands again, and plus 1 from EFF. Let's try to maintain the decorum, councillors, so that we can move on with our council. There's 3 hands up. I'm noting them, and then we take MMC, we move, we close the report. Councillor Disuluane, Councillor Ngobeni, and Councillor Frolich, then MMC. In that order.
Thanks, Speaker.
Look, Speaker, the rule book empower you. Look, Speaker, our acting Speaker. What needs to be done, Speaker, is that if there is any report that presented and then we engage, we debate on it, and then it must be from your desk saying whether it's carried or not. If it's carried, it will be yes. If it's not, it will be no. But don't afraid before you can even take the report to test in terms of voting. Leave it so that we can be able to check whether the yes is carried or not. Matthew used to run like that. Let's continue. As an advice, Speaker, to you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ngowen.
Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think you are doing very well. We are not obscured, we are not confused like those ones there. There's nothing on the body of the report which speak of that previous project which was happening there. This is a report coming to council for us to pass it so that it can go for public participation. Finish and clear. If they want another way, they are in impact, by the way. They must do it there. We won't allow them to distract us. We are not confused like them. We are governing well. Let's proceed.
Councillor Frolich.
Speaker, I just want to support what is being said. This is not about whether money was spent or not.
Order, honorable councillors. We've been proceeding very well. Let's maintain the decorum, please.
Thank you, Speaker. This is not about whether money was spent or not. This is about putting this property out for public participation. And there's nothing holding the councils back from calling reports through Section 79, as the colleagues have said. So please do call that report. We are all curious to know how that money was spent in the previous administrations. But this administration is wanting to move forward and get this property out for public participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Frolich. MMC Mrodi.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually wanted to comment earlier to say that the investigation had already been done. In fact, social development is already implementing the recommendations of the forensic report. What I want to urge councillors, when we make recommendations, we have to be thoughtful. They have to make sense, because what MP cannot just keep investigating the very same things. This was done before, and the reason why our committees are structured in a way that each political party is represented is so that we all have equal access to information. This report was there. Those that were serving before you got the Councillor Mayor, they should have given you that feedback that this thing was investigated. This is where we are. It is the responsibility of every councillor to take what is written serious. If you go to meetings and you have not read the report, please do not waste our time coming to make recommendations on things that are already investigated. If you are deployed to MPEC, MPEC is a very serious committee. You must take those things there because you must do oversight. The question you should be asking in that committee is to say, we passed this forensic report, here are the recommendations, how far are we in terms of implementations? Not to come and ask for a report that calls for public participation to be investigated. We must not do that, colleagues. We must take our role of oversight very seriously. There's a reason why every political party is represented there. So do your job. Don't come and bog down council with frivolous recommendations that are informed by nothing, because the information is already there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Net. Are you still? Thank you very much, councillors. Let's divide the house. Oh, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm actually rising with regard to Rule 41 of our Rules and Orders. It speaks to us about maintaining order in council. Speaker, allow me to echo our sadness as women in this council. Speaker, there's a lot of victimization on women councillors. And irrespective of whether it's happening from my right, those councillors in the GA and other parts, female, they are also women. They respect to be treated with respect. They deserve that. Female councillors on my side, they deserve to be treated with respect. So can I ask all male councillors that continue to victimize women to stop? Especially Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi, whoever a woman who has done wrong to Councillor Fosi, I think we must rise and apologize on behalf of that woman, because we don't know what has caused Councillor Fosi to behave like this to women. We are asking that this must stop, and all male councillors, please stop victimizing women. It cannot be tolerated any longer.
Thank you very much, DCW. I hope the message is loud and clear. Councillor Sinef, your hand is up.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. With the new information to our knowledge, then I will withdraw my recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Neft. We are now proceeding. Yes, Councillor Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. There is no evidence that Councillor Fosi victimizes women. What there is in this chamber is men from that side on record calling me names. On record, recorded. There is no evidence of Councillor Fosi victimizing women in this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillors. EM.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. I think so that we conclude on the matter that was raised by Councillor Neft, I wasn't clear on the rationale behind the recommendation, but because, as MMC has already indicated, there is an investigative report on Caledonian and Refilwe Stadium, and we are currently implementing the recommendations. So I suggest that a member of the F-Class that serves in the Social and Community Development Portfolio Committee calls for a report so that they can be briefed about the investigation, because I know last year it was part of the action list for the committee. So I don't want to leave the matter hanging. So I think the member of the F-Class can ask for that, the briefing on the outcomes of the investigation report. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, EM, for the guidance, openness, and transparency. Councillor Neft has also withdrawn, which then takes us forward as recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. As we move ahead, item 12, reference number 53027, Group Property Department, proposed rectification of deed of donation and subsequent transfer of a portion of the farm Mamelodi 608 JR, portion to be known as portion 123 of the farm Mamelodi 608 JR, ERF 40820 and ERF 40821, Mamelodi Extension 31, for the construction of Mamelodi Magistrate Court. The report is on page 943 to 1008. The recommendations are
on page 955. On this report, we have got 3 councillors to speak. The first councillor from the ANC is Councillor L.I. Sikele. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll tackle the report.
Thank you.
This initiative is merely about acquiring land. It is about affirming our commitment to accessible justice, community development, and sustainable growth. The proposal reflects a meticulous planning and shared vision to enhance the judiciary capacity to serve our people better. Speaker,
Apologies,
the
Councillor DCW. Your mic is on. Councillor Mabusela. Oh, is the okay?
what are you?
Thank you. Proceed, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. This initiative is not merely about acquiring land. It is about affirming our commitments to accessible justice, community development, and sustainable growth. The proposal reflects meticulous planning and shared vision to enhance the judiciary capacity to serve our people better. Speaker, the genesis of this project lies in recognition that our current judicial facilities are stretched to their limits. The Member Magistrate Court is a cornerstone of justice in our region, yet its capacity constraints hinder timely resolution and equitable access for all citizens. By acquiring this strategically looted land, we are laying the foundation of a modern functional court that will improve service delivery and uphold the rule of law. The proposed certification of the deed of donation is a crucial legal step, ensuring clarity of ownership and proper legal standing for the land transfer. Transparency and accuracy in this process underpin our governance principles and demonstrate our fidelity to law procedures. Speaker, let us also acknowledge the broader social impact of the project it will bring. The construction and subsequent operation will create employment opportunities, foster local enterprise development, and stimulate economic activity. As a government committed to inclusive growth, these benefits are integral to our strategic objectives. In conclusion, the ANC is fully in support of this report, confident that it aligns with our overarching goals of justice, development, and community well-being. This is more than a land transaction. It is a significant stride towards building an equitable, thriving society where justice is accessible to all. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on the report is from DA, Councillor H. Norke. The floor is yours. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of this report is to request permission to rectify a deed of donation entered into between the City of Tshwane Metro and the Department of Public Works on the 19th of September 27 and the subsequent transfer of land in Mamelodi in terms of the MFMA. The transfer should have taken place years ago for the construction of a proper magistrates court in Mamelodi. I visited the current Mamelodi Magistrates Court earlier this week and found that the incorrect donation and subsequent extended delay in transfer of land resulted in a situation where the family court, the maintenance court, the domestic violence court, amongst others, are currently facilitated in containers. I also discussed the work environment at this old dilapidated court with the clerks of the civil court, who are not only disillusioned but believe that a newly constructed court for Mamelodi will never become a reality. The situation at the Mamelodi court, Speaker, reminds me of the current status at the Sammy Marks Municipal Court, where we found during a recent inspection in Loco that there is not even a formally furnished court room. The DA was and is still in support of the construction of a functional Magistrates Court for Mamelodi because we believe in the rule of law. Speaker, I trust that both parties, including the City of Tshwane, to this donation will investigate the reasons for the extended delay with the Mamelodi Court debacle, and those responsible for this fiasco will face, at the end of the day, consequence management. Because, Speaker, the people of Mamelodi deserve better. Yes, much, much better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nurkie. The next speaker is from EFF, Councillor B. Rasweswe. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests, thank you for the opportunity to address this council on a matter that cuts to the heart of municipal government service delivery and community justice. We are presented with a report to rectify a donation of a deed of donation entered into between the City of Tshwane and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The need for the rectification arises from avoidance, administrative error, incorrect property description, missing sketch plans, and incomplete transfer documents that left ownership still vested in the city. 8 years after the original donation, these were not mere oversight. They were the direct result of the DA legacy of incompetency, neglect, and bureaucracy decay. For years under the DA administration, government in Tshwane was reduced to paperwork without purpose, a government of signature without service, of policies without people. They focus on elite vanity projects, while critical institutions like courts, clinic, and school in township were buried under red tapes and mismanagement. The consequences of that neglect are real. The decay in finalizing this transfer has stalled the development of the upgraded Mamelodi Magistrate Court, denying our people quicker access to justice. This is not a technical adjustment. It is an act of restoration, accountability, and service. To understand the agency, let us remember that Mamelodi lives through every day. Just this past Sunday morning, 2 young cousins, 22-year-old Tiamo Moramaga and 21-year-old Balisan Moramaga, were shot execution style while walking home in Sompisi Street, extension 17. A third victim was seriously wounded. This tragedy is not isolated. It reflects the violence that strives when institutions of justice are distant, delayed, or dysfunctional. A magistrate court properly located, transfer, and operating is not a bureaucracy milestone. It is a lifeline. It is the wall between safety and fear, between accountability and impurity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rasweswe. That was the last speaker as recommended. Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. We are now on item 13, reference number 93298, from Group Property Department, proposed transfer of remaining extent of the farm Denville 599 JR to the Gauteng Provincial Government for human settlement purpose. The report is on page 1009 to 1043. Recommendations are on page 1019. On this item, we've got 5 speakers. The first speaker is from the ANC, Councillor M.I. Rampile. The floor is yours. 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive, Mahoshi, Lady Khoshana, member of the Mayoral Committee, Chair and the Chairperson of Portfolios, Honorable Councillors, mostly the extinguished guests, but most important, the City of Tshwane residents. Speaker, this matter is significant, important, not only to the growth and development of our province or our city, but also to the betterment of our community, in particular resident of Ward 60, where I happen to lead the voice of the voiceless. Speaker, the land was supposed to be developed in 2016, and the plan was to proceed with the service stand and the high-rising building to the total numbers of 2,000. But due to a change of administrator, when the DA took over, they've changed the entire plan and they've ensured that this plan does not proceed. Their aim was to sell this property to a private developer. As highlighted in the report, illegal activities were discovered in earlier January 2024, Speaker, where a portion of this property was unlawfully sold off. Temporary structures had been erected. Such activities undermine the rules of law, threaten the integrity of the urban planning, and could not potentially perpetuate illegal occupations if left unaddressed. In response, Speaker, our legal team acted swiftly, appointed a legal representative to secure eviction order. The legal interventions was necessary steps to restore order and safeguard the property intent purposes. Thanks to this concerted effort, the illegal occupants were successfully removed, reaffirming our commitment to ensuring law and rules. Speaker, the recommendation to transfer this property to the Gauteng province is both strategic and prudent. The property is currently at high risk of being illegally occupied again, which will not only jeopardize the future development plans, but also poses a challenge in maintaining orderly land use within the region. The provincial government has demonstrated a clear vision, having already initiated the plans to develop this land into a mixed housing development. They have appointed two reputable service providers to prepare for this development, underscoring their commitment.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker from DA is Councillor M. Nhlapo. The 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Chairperson, esteemed councillors, citizens of Tshwane. The DA welcomes the correction that has finally brought this portion of land in Danville under the jurisdiction of the City of Tshwane, where it rightfully belongs. This land was trapped in administrative limbo due to the transfer error dating back to the dissolution of the National Housing Board. This mistake placed the property under the City of Johannesburg, even though it lies firmly within Tshwane's municipal boundaries. Now that the error has been rectified, this presents an opportunity to unlock genuine development potential for the residents of the greater Danville, Elandsport, and Westview corridor. The DA supports evidence-based, transparent decision-making and the responsible use of municipal assets. Any proposal to transfer land for human settlement purposes must therefore meet three essential criteria. 1, clear ownership and accountability, compliance with environmental and town planning regulations, and thirdly, evidence of legitimate sustainable development that benefits the community. While the intention of the Gauteng provincial government to develop the mixed-use, mixed-income housing project sounds positive, we cannot overlook the implementation risks that often undermine such projects. Our communities have seen too many promises collapse under poor project management, safety concerns, and illegal occupations, with stolen electricity connections, vandalized infrastructure, and the slow decay of what began as hopeful projects. We must ensure this development does not become another statistic of failed provincial delivery. As the DA, we will insist that the transfer processes clearly defined to protect both the beneficiaries and the city, and that the provincial government is held fully accountable for the provision of services compliant with planning regulations and the long-term sustainability of the development. Let's be clear, Tshwane could not protect this land from invasion while it sat incorrectly under Johannesburg's books. But now that it is officially ours, through the bold efforts of the then DA MMC of Utilities, Councillor Themba Fosi, we can and we will ensure that the development unfolds within a framework of law, order, and fairness. We welcome development that restores dignity and creates jobs, but not at the expense of accountability, transparency, and safety. The DA will continue to apply its evidence-based decision-making policy to assess this proposal on its merits, ensuring that every step is backed by proof and not by politics. At the end of the day, people deserve houses that stand and not promises that collapse.
Thank you, Councillor Chapo. The next speaker from EFF. Order, honorable councillors. The next speaker from EFF is Councillor T. Kadima. Your 3 minutes. Councillor Kadima. Press your mic. Your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Kadima.
Speaker, Councillor Matlala will take it.
Thank you, Councillor Matlala. The 3 minutes starts now.
Yeah, I regularly Speaker, honorable councillors, Chief Kekan and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcomes and support the proposed transfer of the remaining extent of Farm Denville 599 JR to the Gauteng Provincial Government of Human Settlement Development for the human settlement development. Housing is not a privilege. It is a constitutional, social, and revolutionary right. For too long, our people have been forced to survive in informal settlement, backyard shacks, and overcrowded houses while land remain idle under bureaucratic paralysis. The EFF has always maintained every South African deserves land, a roof, and dignity. This report is not merely about property. It is about restoring the dignity of people of Denville and surrounding communities who have waited far too long for decent housing. We must be honest with ourselves and this council. This land should have been transferred and developed years ago. Administrative incompetence and negligence under the previous DA-led government left our communities trapped in poverty and homelessness. Instead of prioritizing land for housing and social services, they were busy protecting the interests of the elite, fencing off progress while the poor slept under leaking roofs. Under the DA, governance became an exercise in paperwork without people, policies without purpose, and budget without delivery. Land that should have liberated the people became land locked in bureaucracy. But today, under a service delivery focused coalition government, we are correcting those injustices. This administration is putting people before privilege, reversing the failures of the past and making sure that the promises of land and housing is not deferred any longer. We also...
Apologies, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Makhali, what are you raising on? Councillor Makhali.
Section 38 speaks of point of order and point of information. I take point of information. The writer who writes EFF speeches must avoid
repetition. Now he speaks of policy with purpose, but they were said by Councillor Raswese. The very same paragraph was just a copy and paste. We are in council, we are listening to inputs of councillors, but repetition, Speaker, must be avoided at all costs. We are helping them. We are helping them. Even the president asked us that we need to help
There is a
the
point of
people.
order from
We are
Councillor
helping them.
Matebula. Hold on. Yes, Councillor Matebula.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, don't allow yourself to be abused here by listening to mediocre. Where does he enter himself on the EFF speeches? Because that's not his work, it's EFF's work. Thank you, speech.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we move Councillor Makhalin? Thank you. Unless Councillor Matlala, please continue with your speech. Councillor Matlala. Councillor Fosi, can you please be in order? Councillor Matlala. Please fix his time. Thank you.
Ushumani bona na speaker.
40 seconds left.
Our speaker. 36 minutes left. No.
We are on 40 seconds. No, he was on 40 seconds. Because of the disturbances, I will add 10 to make it 50.
Speaker, we also note with concern the previous administration administrative errors that saw this land incorrectly transferred to the city of Johannesburg, causing years of unnecessary delay. Such incompetence is not just technical failure, it is a moral failure because it denies families the right to shelter, stability and opportunity. The EFF insists that all future land transfer must undergo strict verification, monitoring and public reporting to prevent similar mistakes. When government delays land reform, it delays freedom. Land must always serve the public good, not private greed. The transfer of this property must therefore be free of corruption, speculation, and political manipulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matlala. The next speaker from Action SA is Councillor K. Kosiamang. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
No, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, I didn't say it. You are doing well yourself. This report is in relation to. Action SA welcomes and supports this report. That is in relation to the remaining extent of the farm Denville 599JR, which is measuring 5,824 hectares, and then is zoned undetermined. This was originally owned by the National Housing Board since 1984. So it means the people of Denville and the surrounding areas go Westview and they've been living with this land ever since before 1984, the way it was. So the people of Denville, Westview and the surrounding areas are aware that not only this land tormenting their livelihoods, but also disadvantage the growth and the development of our beautiful Denville. I mean, if it wasn't for the administrative errors that is just being called administrative on paper, it cost the people of Denville a lot. There hasn't been much growth, there hasn't been much development because of such kind of errors. Maybe something that we need to look into. Today, this government that cares for its citizens and proven to be very progressive is once again exercising due care by availing this piece of land for development by the Gauteng Department. Houses will be built in this land in an effort to clear the housing backlog as well that we see in the city that the city has witnessed for the longest time. I mean, Babambale, they didn't even have a plan of how to clear the backlog on the housing. They had to wait for us for all these years that we do this. We all know the heightened acts of illegality and lawlessness that is happening and still happening in this land, tormenting just about all the residents from minors to pensioners. Given all that has been said above, Action SA strongly supports the approval of this report, which will ultimately grant people a dignity to have a roof over their head and economic activity in their
Councillor
area.
Kosiama?
Amen.
Yes, Councillor Silwa, what are you raising on?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on a point of information to remind the councillor that he was also MMC for housing at one point. Thank you.
Councillor Kosiama, please proceed. Councillor Kosiama, proceed.
Etlo re bule mo. Etle tle re mmotsa ka koloi ya hae. Koloi kae wena? O tlo thoma ka hore, hey, what? Leader, so Speaker, this is amongst the other things that we had to go through. This is amongst the other brainchild that the Action SA has born during his tenure. Ne ba palla ko nagana hore lebala le le they can build something that will be profitable.
Hold on, Councillor Kosiama. Councillor Makhaling, why are you standing up? You are standing up to apologize. Please add 5 seconds for Councillor Kosiama for the disturbance. Councillor Kosiama. Proceed.
Yeah, 5 seconds on feeling on Speaker. I want to reiterate that Bapalles, they cannot come now and say yepe to us. Bapalles, Omonguti Mediso Koloi, Onalor Aditama, or where can people stay? Mara Onale and have to come and say, aye. Anyway, Arlebo will speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kosiama. Is Councillor Whip of Opposition?
Thank you, Speaker. We forgive Councillor Khosi for being a bit incomprehensive today. We understand that he's still upset after Councillor Temba Khosi wiped the floor with him in a debate.
Let's proceed. The next speaker from FF Plus, Councillor R. Kriebe. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. This is not just a land transaction. It's a strategic intervention in the face of housing demand, urban pressure, and intergovernmental coordination. It is also a case study in what happens when administrative error, legal delay, and site invasion collide with development intent. Let me begin with the positives. The property measures 58.2455 hectares. It is no longer required for basic municipal services. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements has already invested in planning, appointed service providers, and initiated township establishment processes. The development will include mixed housing, RDPs, affordable units, and first-time ownership, bringing dignity and opportunity to many. The transfer is legally compliant under Section 14.6 of the MFMA and Regulation 20D of the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulations. The city will not incur transfer costs. The provincial government will carry the legal and required burden. But Speaker, we must not ignore the risks and realities. This property was erroneously transferred to the city of Johannesburg in 2016. The jurisdictional error that took 8 years to correct. Before the city could assert control, illegal occupation and land sale had already begun. Eviction orders were required. The MPD had to deploy 24-hour surveillance. As at the last inspection on 29 October 2024, 39 illegal structures remained on site. Environmental compliance is under threat. GDOT issued a notice of intent to close the EIA file due to unauthorized cleaning of vegetation. The project is repeatedly described as invaded in progress reports. Townships registered open engineering approvals are delayed. We must ask, are we transferring a strategic asset or a liability? We must also acknowledge the strain this development will place on our infrastructure, roads, water, electricity. Policing, TMPD has warned of increased demand already. Let us act, not just as custodians of our land, but as stewards of accountability. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillors. That was the last speaker on the report. As recommended. Thank you. Item 14, reference number 19208, Office of the City Manager Department, report on signing on performance agreements by Section 54A and Section 56 employees for financial year 2025-2026. The report is on page 1044 to 1231. The recommendations are on page 1052. The speakers on this report are four. The first speaker is from the ANC, Councillor F.M. Tema. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts. Press once. Your 3 minutes start. Councillor Zila, yes, what are you raising on? Oh, thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Zila, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. I'll speak on the report.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much. The signing of performance agreement is a crucial step in aligning individual and departmental objectives with our broader national development goals, fostering a culture of performance and enhancing service delivery. This initiative underscores the unwavering commitment to performance-based management and accountability across all levels of public service. By formalizing individual commitments through this agreement, we are setting a clear expectations, fostering ownership, and encouraging a result-oriented work environment. This approach not only motivates our employees, but also enhances the quality and efficiency of the services we provide to our citizens. Speaker, the report highlights that a significant proportion of our Section 54A and Section 54 and Section 56 employees have already engaged actively in this process. Their willingness to complete measurable targets reflects their dedication and professionalism. It also signals a positive culture within our institutions, one that emphasizes accountability and continuous improvement as cornerstones of effective governance. And it is essential to foster a supportive environment that encourages development and accountability. We must also recognize that any consistent underperformance by employees cannot be overlooked. We should not shy away from taking necessary measures against those who persistently fail to meet their performance standards, as their continued underachievement can undermine organizational targets, erode team morale, and compromise the overall effectiveness of our service delivery. As we look ahead, Speaker, the city must provide guidance and resource to employees to achieve their targets, while employees should also view these agreements as opportunities for professional growth and contributions. In conclusion, Speaker, the African National Congress take note of the report and its contents. Together, we can realize our shared vision of a transparent, accountable, and high-performing public service that meet the aspirations of our citizens. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm informed the lecturer from Northwest University was watching this one. The next speaker from the DA, Councillor D. Vandenbeck. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic Alliance does not support this report. Yes, performance agreements are a legal requirement, but let us be honest, the agreements mean nothing if they do not translate into real service delivery for the residents of Tshwane. Once again, we see a report full of compliance and paperwork, but no definable outcomes. That speaks to real issues faced by our communities: no water in taps, unreliable electricity, uncollected waste, potholes, and the ongoing delays in infrastructure. Speaker, performance management in the city becomes an administrative exercise, a box-ticking exercise, not a tool for accountability. Nowhere is there in disagreements do we see clear provisions that hold senior management responsible for turning the city around. We cannot continue signing performance contracts that reward positions, not performance. The residents of Tshwane deserves a leadership team that is judged by results, not on reports. As the DA, we will continue to call for performance agreements that put service delivery, consequence management, and accountability at the center. Speaker, until these agreements reflect the actual priorities of our city: water, power sustainability, reliable waste collection, safety, and infrastructure, we cannot support this report. The people of Tshwane deserve better than paper promises. They deserve performance that they can see.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker from the EFF, Councillor J. Radikwan, the whip of EFF.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana and his entourage, Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, fellow councillors, and all distinguished guests. The EFF notes the signing of the performance management by the Section 56A and Section 54A and Section 56 employees for the 2025-2026 financial year. While we welcome the city's performance with legislative requirements, we must assert that compliance is not performance. The EFF will not celebrate signatures on paper when service delivery on the ground remains inconsistent, slow, and uninspired. The people of Tshwane do not want promises, they want progress, and this administration will give it to them, because the revolution does not reward those who comply, but it rewards those who deliver. We welcome that all senior managers must have signed agreements, and we remind the council that the EFF's policy demands consequence management. It is unacceptable that year after year certain reports are coming highlighting the same underperforming departments with no disciplinary action taken against those who do not perform. This best performing administration has demonstrated that it is meaningless to meet all the deadlines when communities still live without clean water, electricity, or sanitation. True performance must be measured on how many lives we transform, not how many forms we submit. Once again, Speaker, we would like to remind this House that the revolution does not reward those who comply, it rewards those who deliver. The EFF calls for a paradigm shift in the municipal performance management. We must move away from administrative targets that serves internal structures and move towards the community-based indicators that reflect the actual change in people's lives. Speaker, this administration will enforce this culture of performance, because the revolution does not reward those who comply, but it rewards those who deliver. The EFF supports this report, but with a demand that we institutionalize accountability. Let every senior manager know that in this administration, non-performance is a dismissible offense, and that the days of hiding behind the DA paperwork are over. This government is fixing the broke DA and the broken DA government system and model by building the systems that they have already called out before. We want to provide integrity and agency to the system and redefine Tswane, reimagine Tswane. Speaker, it is also important to note that the voters will punish the DA because the DA cannot be rewarded. The DA has failed to always deliver services to our people, and in the next elections,
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker on the report is from RCT, Councillor Lex Middleburg. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nothing has changed since the last time this report served in Council. And it is quite clear that this government is intent on ignoring the unanimous objection from the opposition that the proposed performance agreements are grossly inadequate. We have said it before, the proposed performance levels are ludicrous. There are no stretch targets and no downside for failures. No one can fail to meet these very non-serious targets if they just turn up for work. This is not what we need to pull the city out of the mess we are in. But that have all been said before. Repetition does not improve the argument. Evidently, this government lacks the ambition to achieve the extraordinary, or maybe it believes that it is an easy task, and hence it is happy to force this inadequacy to pass as it is. Absent any changes, we remain opposed to this and request that our vote against shall be minuted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on the report. As recommended. There's a yes and there's a no. Leader of Executive Business.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. The latter councillor has indicated that we have not changed anything. And there was nothing to change. There was nothing to change. And this report before us is for cognizance. In essence, the accounting officer is informing us through the executive committee that he has complied with the legislation, and there is nothing wrong about it. They have concluded the performance agreement within a month after the end of the financial year. So we don't need any approval. We are merely saying that we are taking cognizance of the report. Council Speaker, last time I've said that there are some people who need psychological therapy. I think we need to consider it because they are not used to be on the other side. We have been on the other side. And sometimes when we are on the other side, we feel like tearing your clothes and running all over with a naked body. So I think this report is proper. It must be supported by all of us, including the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Mchelo. Councillor Ace, are you voting against? Okay, it will be noted as such. Thank you, councillors. Part 1, item A, from Mayoral Committee meeting 15 October 2025. Item 15, reference number 40233/1, Tshwane Metro Police Department, Community Safety, Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department, implications of
adopting the new ranking structure as was gazetted in Government Gazette 43672, brackets 949, of the 1st 01 September 2020, as amended through Gazette 46267 of 22 April 2022. The report is on page 3 to page 60. Recommendations are on page 10. On this report, we have 4 councillors. The first councillor is from the ANC, Councillor C.S. Masia. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker. The new rank structure ranging from constable to municipal police commissioner sets a clear standardized framework. It fosters professionalism, streamlines command, and ensures consistency across all ranks, making the department more efficient and transparent. Importantly, this standardization aligns us with the National Blueprint for Municipal Police Services, reinforcing the integrity and credibility of our law enforcement efforts. Strategically, this shift supports 3 key priorities of our
Honorable councillors, please let's not drown the speaker. Councillor Masia, please check if your laptop is not blocking the microphone.
Okay. Hey. Orasa wena six. Kinga wena.
Proceed, councillor.
No, thank you, Speaker. Strategically, this shift supports 3 key priorities of our administration: delivering equitable basic services, maintaining a clean and safe city, and strengthening community engagement. By adopting a clear and recognizable hierarchy, our officers can operate more cohesively, and community can be better identify leadership figures within our police services, fostering trust and cooperation. Speaker, from an organizational perspective, this revision requires modifications to our current micro-organizational structure and is an essential step to accommodate new ranks. While this entails some adjustment, we are confident it will lead to improved coordination, clearer accountability, and more motivated workforce. More so, we acknowledge that aligning salaries within the new structure involves a new annual cost approximately 5.1 million. While this is a noteworthy expenditure, it is an investment in a more disciplined, motivated, and professional police force, which in turn enhances community safety and service delivery. Having due regard, the ANC fully endorses this report as it aligns the city with national best practices, reinforces accountability, and affirms our unwavering commitment to community safety. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor
Masia.
Masia. The next speaker is from the EFF, Councillor T. Soloisani. The stage is yours. Your 3 minutes time starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker, Chief Kekana and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcomes the report on the new ranking structure for the Tshwane Metropolitan Department, which aligns the city structures with national SAPS standards. However, we must remind this council that rank is not authority, and a uniform does not equal discipline. Titles and insignia mean nothing if the culture of accountability and service to the people does not exist. The true transformation of policing must go beyond the shoulder badge. It must reach the soul of the institution. For 8 long years under the DA's failed administration, the Tshwane Metro Police Department was left to decay under poor leadership, politicization, and collapsing morale. Officers were underpaid, undertrained,
and overexposed to corruption because management failed to lead. The DA's obsession with optics over order and compliance over community safety left the TMPD disorganized, demoralized, and disconnected from the people itself. The Auditor General repeatedly warned that the city's enforcement and safety department under DA management lacked proper oversight, consequence management, and control over expenditure. The DA treated community safety as an administrative function, not as a moral and social duty. This coalition government, which the EFF proudly forms part of, is now cleaning that mess. By adopting a new ranking structure, we are bringing order, accountability, and national alignment to a department that had been left rudderless. But let us be clear, this reform must not be cosmetic. The EFF demands that this structural transformation be matched with ethical reform, professional training, and anti-corruption enforcement. Rank without integrity is meaningless. Uniformity in title must come with unity in purpose. We have seen far too often how some officers abuse power, intimidate citizens, or engage in corrupt behavior at roadblocks and business inspections. This cannot continue under this administration. A police service that exploits the poor cannot claim to protect them. This moment must be used to rebuild trust between the TMPD and the people of Tshwane. The department must be professionalized, disciplined, and service-driven. When officers understand that their duty is to serve and
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker from Action SA is Councillor T. Sibutani. The floor is yours. The 3 minutes starts. Press the mic. Starts now.
We must give Councillor Mabunda her maiden speech. So I yield the floor to her, but I further wish to make a request, Speaker, that you take her after all the speakers to request that she be the last, if you may indulge me, please. Thank you.
Councillor Mabunda, as you ready yourself, can we take from FF Plus, Councillor M. Erasmus? Yes, Councillor Makhale. What are you raising on?
Mike is still. I want to draw the attention of the Speaker to Section 33, subsection 3. The list of members of different parties to speak on an item during council meeting, including of debate on the state of the city, as well as speaking order and time allocation, must be determined by the Chief Whip of Council after consultation with the whips, and the Speaker must be informed accordingly 24 hours prior. So I'm against that ruling that that person goes there, because it has been I'm appealing So the list has been confirmed. Follow the list as it is in terms of Section 33, subsection 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Makhale. Yes, Chairperson.
Speaker, point of information. Can the councillor confirm if he sleeps with that rule book under his pillow every night, because he's too attached to it? Thanks.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Sibutani made a request. The Speaker, in his own discretion, acceded or agreed with the proposal. And we're moving to Councillor M. Erasmus. Councillor Erasmus. Thank you. No,
Thank you, Speaker. Let's move forward. Let's move. Speaker, in all protocol observed, the Freedom Front Plus places on record its support for a principle of aligning the Metro Police Department ranking structure with that of the South African Police Services. We believe to standardize is essential for operational consistency, professional recognition, and improved service delivery in and out of the department. However, while we support the concept in principle, we cannot in good conscience support the report before us at this time. The report as presented does not provide sufficient financial detail or assurance that the city can afford the proposed ranking structure and the associated salary adjustments as stated in the report as approved in the 2025-26 MTREF. There is a concerning lack of clarity regarding the long-term budgetary implications, and no clear evidence has been provided to demonstrate that this is initiative is physically sustainable. As custodians of public funds, we have a duty to ensure that every decision we make is financially responsible and in the best interest of our residents. Until a comprehensive financial impact assessment is made available, the Freedom Front Plus cannot support the adoption of this report due to the current financial status of the city. We therefore call for further investigation and revised submission that includes clear financial projections and affordability indicators. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus. We will now go to Councillor Mabunda for her maiden speech. The floor is yours, Councillor. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Acting Speaker, Her Worship, the Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, Honorable Section 79 Committee Chairs, Kosima Shangu, Liketana, and Interage. Acting Speaker, we all know the state of policing in our country today. Communities are fearful and trust in law enforcement has been eroded. Be informed, Tswane, our Metro Police officers have stepped forward from crackdown on cable theft to inner city rejuvenation to joint operation with SAPS in high crime zone. TMPD has shown resilience and results. These men and women continue to defend our communities, often with limited resources, yet with unmatched and remarkable results. Adopting this new ranking structure as gazetted is about more than titles and insignia. It is about giving structure to authority, clarity to command, and pride to service. It will professionalize the TMBD, strengthening accountability, and ensure that every officer knows their rightful place in the chain of command. Speaker, action as a idumela gore puso maikarabelo ke e dirang dilo sentle mme e di fetsa. This report closes a painful chapter of confusion and opens a new era of excellence and discipline. Acting Speaker, let this decision mark a turning point from this joint policing to a united professional municipal force that command respect and deliver safely for all residents of Tswane. Ke a leboga.
Councillor Mabunda. That was the last speaker on the report. MMC. Order, honorable councillors.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to correct something. This is not an acceptance of a complete new structure. The structure was already approved on the 25th of January 2024 in the council. This is only a correction on two positions where the senior soup and the commander position. And
hold on, MMC. Please hold the time. Councillors, please, let's be in order. You are drowning the speaker. Order, councillors, take your seats. Continue, MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. It is just a correction that must be done between two positions, the senior soup and then also the commander position, which is already on the ranking structure that says lieutenant colonel and colonel. And if you look at the recommendations, the TMPD in consultation with the Group Human Capital Management and the Financial Services finalized an implementation plan to ensure the alignment with the approved micro-organizational structure. So that will be done within the existing budget, and then also the planning of the future budgets will be done within the next budget. So this is just a correction that is being done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC. That is being noted and minuted. As recommended. Thank you. Moving right ahead. We are now on part 2 from the Mayoral Committee meeting 22 October 2025. Item 16 was withdrawn earlier on. We are moving to item 17, reference number 42215/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 52D, Quarter 1 report on the implementation of the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan. The report is on page 274 to 537. Recommendations are on page 292. On this report, we've got 5 speakers. The first speaker is from ANC, and it's Councillor N. Mahlangu. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
To Speaker. Speaker, the report detailing our performance for the first quarter of the year is an essential requirement under Section 52D of the Municipal Finance Management Act. This report is not just a compliance task. It serves as a vital tool for accountability and transparency. It represents the initial evaluation of the promises we made to our community in the Integrated Development Plan and the budget. During this initial quarter, the emphasis was on establishing solid groundwork for the financial year. They encompass implementing our strategy, managing risk, and overseeing performance. The first quarter report offered glimpses of our achievement relative to the ambition goals we have established. It enables us to pose an essential question. Is the budget being executed in line with SDIP? Speaker, the quarter 1 report is not an endpoint, but a call to an action. Where we have identified deviation, we are taking reasonable steps to back on course. As per the MFA, is revision to our service delivery targets as deemed necessary. They will be brought to Council for approval via the adjustment budget. Our commitment to our residents extends beyond reporting. We also make this information easily accessible so that the community monitor our performance and hold us accountable. In conclusion, this report validates advancement while emphasizing the necessity of attentiveness. The path to an effective and responsible local government is ongoing, demanding not just a solid strategy and comprehensive reporting, but also a united effort from the administration, the council, and the community. By collaborating, we guarantee that our initiatives and our execution consistently reflect the needs and the desires of those we serve. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mahlangu. The next speaker is from the DA, Alderman C. Brink. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, the contents of this performance report should be of serious concern to anyone who loves the city and cares about its financial future. Because ultimately, service delivery depends on the state of the city's finances. Compared to the first quarter.
Hold on, Councillor Brink. Yes, MFC Ramabodu, what are you raising on?
No, on a point of information, Acting Speaker, I want to ask a question. Maybe we check with the Chief Whip of Council that how does council operate? You just get in the morning, you disappear for 5 hours, you are going to Mahabas Kloof or what, you come back and you go and you disappear, you come. How does it work? Maybe we must be advised, because the gentleman was not here for quite some time, almost the whole day. And he wants to address us. It even tells us about how he cares about council and Tshwane. While he disappeared the whole day, there are photographers there, a production company that always travel with him to take content, this content counselor. So I don't know if you can assist us on that, including the allegations of Matala. They must not be ignored.
Chief Whip of Council.
Nothing. Okay.
Order, honorable councillors.
Acting Speaker, thank you very much. On the issue, I discussed it with the leader, with the chief whip of the opposition. I think we'll resolve it in the next party meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Mashola, Chief Whip of Council. Proceed, Alderman Brink.
Speaker, I just request that I be given the time that was taken away by that spurious intervention. This report is of serious concern to anyone who loves our city and its financial future, because improved service delivery.
Alderman Brink. Yes, Councillor Taylor, what are you raising on? You are on.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, you know, it's been a while. Wait, I said point of order. When Speaker, we've been complaining about the behavior of Councillor Brink, and we're treating him as a special one. So, Speaker, I suggest that we refer Councillor Brink to rules and ethics while we are busy discussing his behavior. He must be referred, this man, to rules and ethics. For misbehaving, this man is always not in the house. Hey.
Councillor Taylor, can we, the Chief Whip in confidence, can we afford him the opportunity, and then he will come and revert back to us as council and how we are going to take the matter forward? Yes, but the Chief Whip at high level indicated to us that he will furnish us with the report on the issue. Two hands from EFF are up at the same time. Which one do I take? MMC Ramabodu.
Of council says when the member referred another member, you must just refer that. You don't have to do anything. He's referred. He must be referred. And that committee must be tight. Tight. We are tired about this spoiled guy. He thinks he's a permanent mayor of this city. He's no more a mayor There's a new sheriff here, and he must learn to accept. He's very spoiled, this guy. He thinks he's special. And lastly, I want to ask if he can take a question. I have a question for him. I have a very serious question that implicates him. Give me that chance. Ask him. I have a question.
Alderman,
Come.
Alderman Brink, can you take a question?
Speaker, I'm not going to take any question. It's clear to me that that side doesn't want me to speak about what is in this report. That's why they're jumping around like clowns. They don't want to. They want to talk about what's in this report. Speaker, revenue collection in this city has collapsed from 93% in the first quarter of last year to 81%. That's a 12% collapse in revenue.
Hold on, Councillor Brink, on a point of order.
That's what they don't want us to talk about.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 43, application for leave of absence. Speaker, I want to check in terms of applications for leave of absence. Did Councillor Brink did fill in an application form for any specific times when he was away? Yeah. There were a lot of ins and outs. So we want to check with the Chief Whip of Council if Councillor Brink has stated that he will do ins and outs. Thank you.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip of Council. Order, honorable councillors. Let's maintain the decorum. Honorable councillors. Honorable councillors, the hand of Councillor Matsuani, lay Councillor Frolik has been up, and then will be followed Councillor Suluwa. Okay, Councillor Ace and Councillor Suluwa, in that order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we want to ask you, in exercising your discretion, to give Councillor Brink extra 1 minute, such that he can take council into confidence and tell us about the Matala implication and explain to us what has happened there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Frolich.
Thank you, Speaker. This point of information is more for the residents.
Order, councillors. Please maintain the decorum.
The dog doesn't bark at a state car.
Sorry, Speaker.
Please hold the time for Councillor Frolich.
This point of information is more for the residents who might be following us online. That councillors are expected to be in the council chambers, and if they're outside commenting on reports that are being discussed in the council chambers, they do not speak with authority because they were not part of those discussions. So the things that Brink is sharing on social media have no authority because he was not in the council chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ace.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to tell Councillor Tema that next time I want to go to the bathroom, I'll ask him and the Chief Whip for permission.
Question, Martin, your mic.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 35 in terms of relevance. All the points that are being raised of where Councillor Brink was are not relevant to the report and the discussion at hand. And I think, Speaker, you should make a ruling that Councillor Brink, Alderman Brink, should be afforded the opportunity to speak just like every single other member in this House, as he is a councillor like all of us and elected to do so. Thank you, Speaker.
Order, honorable councillors. Honorable councillors, all your deliberations on this matter has been noted. The chief whip gave us comfort. Let me give him the opportunity once more. The referral was noted. Chief whip of council.
No, he's referred. No. No, but acting speaker, I think we are in council and there is rules. And if we said that we are going to discuss the issue of Alderman Brink in the WIPARI meeting with all parties, we are going to do that. And we can't waste any more time. We need to continue with the council, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Alderman Brink.
Speaker,
Order, honorable councillors.
Imagine the explosive content of this report if that side doesn't want me to speak. Because it shows a precipitous collapse in revenue collection from a high of 93% at the first quarter of last year to 81% at the end of the first quarter this year. It's a 12% decrease in revenue collection. Now, we've adopted a budget based on the projection that 93% of billings will be collected. This renders a budget that's already in trouble in even more trouble. The city cleansing levy was devised to plug an 857 million rand budget deficit at the end of last year. That levy has been struck down by the court. We've had admission by the mayor that there's no cost-reflective thinking behind the tariff. It's only there to plug the budget deficit. So this collapse in revenue collection, Speaker, is a very serious issue. It predicts nothing good for our city.
Councillor Tsila, what are you raising on? Noted, MMC Ramabodu. Chair of Chairs. Councillor Tsila.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, you know it's unfair for us as councillors here. Some of the councillors are being referred, but some of the councillors who are not supposed to refer them, there's going to be a discussion. I want to know, Speaker, are we equally here or there are special councillors in this council? The rules allow me to refer Councillor Brink, but you want to have a discussion. Speaker.
Councillor Tsila, the referral was processed earlier on. You couldn't hear me because you were noisy. Thank you.
No, Speaker.
MMC?
On the point of information, because the residents of Tshwane must not be misled with a campaign that is used by the DA of the cleansing levy. The cleansing levy currently, we are in court, and they know we have communicated. We are in court where we are appealing the matter. And the same cleansing levy, the party that Brink belongs to is using the cleansing levy in Western Cape. Why should it be a problem in Tshwane and it's not a problem in Western Cape? Whereas in Western Cape,
Hold on, MMC. Councillor Ace, what are you raising on? What are you raising
Thank
on?
you very much, Speaker. Rule 35, I don't know what he's got the floor for. It's clearly not the point of order that he's raising. He's just giving a speech.
Thanks. Proceed, MMC. MMC Ramabodu. Press your mic.
Continue. Wait, comrades. Let's have order. Rule 38 empowers me to speak. If you don't like what I'm saying, it's none of my business. Sisi, please. Now, as I conclude, in Cape Town, there's a cleansing levy there. And what is worse about Cape Town, they check, they evaluate the property, and they charge you according to that property. We are better. We even said certain properties are not going to be charged. Stop using the cleansing levy to campaign. We are going to charge you. You are not going to use private waste collectors.
Councillor Sulowa, what are you raising on? What are you raising on? Yes, Councillor Sulowa.
Thank you, Speaker. Chamber.
Honorable Fosi.
Thank you,
drowning your
Speaker.
deputy chief whip.
I'm raising on Rule 38(1), Speaker, where it says, for the purpose of this section, a point of order or point of information does not constitute a speech and therefore does not affect the right of a member to speak on a particular item. Councillor MMC Ramabodi is making a speech, Speaker. Can you please make a ruling on that? Thank you.
Honorable councillors, can we proceed with our council meeting? Alderman Brink is on the floor. Please proceed. Proceed, Alderman Brink.
Speaker, if that is the way that a government behaves, members of the mayoral committee, we can clearly see these people aren't serious about government. They can't even spell government. So let me tell you, MMC Ramabodu, you are gonna get defeated in the Supreme Court of Appeal, and we're gonna ask for a personal cost order against you. Stop raising taxes so that you can pay it to water tanker contractors and the rest of the cadredom. Thank you very much.
Yes, MMC.
No, Speaker,
Ramabodi, what are you
you
raising
must
on?
protect us. We are not going to be insulted by this young man. You must, because what they do.
Order, honorable councillors.
What they do, they have people who are taking videos and they want to publicize those videos and lie. Those water tankers is that day where Fosi was sweating. Those water tankers, we must not discuss the issue of water tanker because no one must claim anything on that water tanker. It was their problem when they started and were busy cleaning that mess. Hence, we are saying we want the city to buy its own water tankers. So he must not do that. But at the last part, he can't say we can't govern because he thinks that he's superior than us. We are doing better than you with the 8 years that you wasted. The city is clean. Our finances are better. We are doing very well.
Honorable councillors, the next speaker on the report is from EFF, Councillor O Mabugwana. Press your mic.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. As the EFF, we do support this report. However, we've got constructive criticisms to make. Number one is that the figures shows improvement. However, we remain concerned that the city's performance is still below the standard demanded by our people. The service delivery cannot be measured in percentage when people live reality, when the lived reality of residents reflect persistent inequality, inefficiency, and neglect. The EFF acknowledges 73.91% of targets were achieved, but these targets are meaningless if they fail to resolve the daily crisis of electricity, water, waste, and infrastructure collapse. The revolution teaches us that the performance, we said we are going to make constructive criticisms. The revolution teaches us that the performance indicators must be human-centered, not bureaucratic. A city that reports progress while its residents live in darkness and filth is still in the city in decline. We call for stronger accountability mechanisms for underperforming departments. The EFF demands that managers who repeatedly fail to meet targets face disciplinary consequences. The people of Tshwane deserves a government that works with agency, precision, and revolutionary commitment. The EFF also argued this council to shift its focus towards impact evaluation rather than compliance reporting. We must measure how many lives were changed, how many jobs were created, and how many communities saw improvement. Revolution is not paperwork, it is transformation made visible. A revolution cannot be felt by the poor. The revolution that cannot be felt by the poor is merely an exercise in statistics. We support this report but insist that the future SDBP submission show real development and progress so that the people of Tshwane can see what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mabukwana. Yes, Chief Whip of Opposition, what are you raising on?
Speaker, just a point of thank you to the EFF for the work they are doing today. We are really welcoming it.
Point of thank you. Let's move ahead, councillors. Yes, Councillor Matebula. Councillor Isulana, please switch off your mic.
Speaker, thank you very much. I want to ask Councillor Ace if there is a point of thank you in our rule book. Thank you.
The next speaker on the report is from Action SA, Councillor J. Kutia. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Executive Mayor, Honourable Deputy Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, councillors, the entourage with Chief Maslango and Chief Kekana, and more important, the real residents of Tshwane. The first quarter performance report from the City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department confirms that Action SA and our coalition partners have committed to rebuilding Tshwane through ethical governance, operational discipline, and citizen-focused service delivery. Please listen. Under the leadership of the multi-party coalition government, Tshwane is no longer drifting. Is being steered with purpose. The numbers speak clearly. 34 out of 46 performance indicators achieved. 73.91 success rate. This is not yet the standard we demand, but it is a decisive improvement and proof that when political will is matched with competent administration, progress will follow. For years, Tshwane was paralyzed by corruption, unfunded mandates, and politics of convenience. Action SA entered government to change that. We believe that municipalities must serve residents, not party interests. That is why we are driving a reform agenda rooted in transparency, accountability, and measurable impact. Capital expenditure reached 437 million, 99% of quarterly target. Revenue collection is improving, irregular expenditure is being contained, and supplier payments are being processed faster. These are signs of city regarding its financial footing and restoring its ability to deliver. But it is clear, financial recovery is not just about balancing books. It's about restoring dignity to our residents through reliable services, safe communities, and responsive governance. Departments such as community safety, health, and environmental management achieved 100% of their targets. Our municipal entities, TIDA and Housing Company Swane, are showing improved governance and performance. The city has also maintained full compliance with National Treasury Circular 88 reporting requirements, reinforcing our commitments of ethical transparency and administration.
Hold on,
Let us continue to strengthen oversight, eliminate waste, and ensure.
Hold on, Councillor Kutsie. Councillor Police, what are you standing on? Yes, Councillor, press your mic. Thank you. Order, honorable councillors. Let's allow Councillor Kutsie to complete his speech. Thank you. Proceed, Councillor Kutsie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for protecting us of the criminals on the other side.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsie. Then, order, honorable councillors. Order, honorable councillors. The next speaker is from FF Plus, Councillor N. Pasco. Yes, Councillor at the back, what are you raising on? Councillor noted. Councillor Kutsie. Councillor Kutsie, did you call anyone criminals?
Speak. Thank you so much. I said there's always criminals on the other side. I did not say that they are criminals. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That's what I've heard. As we proceed, Councillor A. Erasmus from FF, Nick Pasco from FF Plus.
I want to refer that, Councillor, please, because they keep calling us criminals.
Councillor Pasco, the floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, let us underline some facts. Facts that exposes the catastrophic failure of the current coalition government in Tshwane. Firstly, on top of the 12% revenue collection collapse, let us also speak of financial mismanagement. Page 28 of this report reveals 204.7 million rand in public funds remain unspent, despite urgent service delivery needs. This is not incompetence. It is a violation of Section 16 of the Division of Revenue Act, which mandates that conditional grants be spent for their intended purpose. The city risks forfeiting these funds back to National Treasury while our communities suffer. Secondly, on page 51, the collapse of infrastructure and preventative maintenance is laid bare in the sinkhole report. There are 63 sinkholes across Tshwane, some dating back many years, with only 14.7 million to allocate it against a required 200 million. The Clifton Avenue sinkhole alone threatens critical water infrastructure and has been declared a disaster risk. Yet, this coalition government continues to shuffle responsibility between departments while the ground literally collapses beneath our residents. Thirdly, page 96 notes a failure of service delivery in most evident Water Conservation and Demand Management Fund report. Despite a partnership with Rand Water, a budget of 37.8 million, the city has achieved, listen, zero compliance in Region 1 and Redflow water treatment works. This is a region where water scarcity is a daily crisis. The executive committee notes the delays, but where is the accountability? Where is the urgency? Where is the action? Speaker, this coalition government governs by committee, not conviction. They issue reports, not results. They hold meetings, not milestones. The Freedom Front Plus say immediate forensic audits on unspent grants as per page 28. Emergency funding and single department accountability for sinkholes repairs as per 51. And performance-based review on the water project with public reporting. This is not a failure of government.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasco. The next speaker is from RCT, Councillor Lex Middlebeck. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To pick up on what I said earlier about senior managers' performance targets, when you expect nothing special of them, the city will achieve nothing that is extraordinary. That is evident here. To put it simply, achieving only 73% of the essential targets identified by the municipal manager, approved by MACO, and endorsed by Council as the targets necessary to succeed with the city's turnaround strategy and our budget funding plan means we are not on track to achieve the intended objective. The 27% of targets not met in the first quarter must now be met in the second quarter in addition to the expected targets to be achieved in the second quarter. That is not going to happen. In fact, if we look at previous SDBIP reports, then you will see that we have never before managed to claw back on inadequate performance out of the blocks in the first quarter. As this quarter went, so the year will go. This is, of course, purely a failure of management. It is the work of the municipal manager to deliver success. To do that, he must lead a team of whom are expected to deliver their component of that success plan. That performance is not what we see here. Nor do we see here any assumption of responsibility by any of the role players in this miserable story. The CFO's commentary is the most telling of this laid-back attitude to failure. Cognizance is taken, whilst the most critical failures are his to account for. He has failed to bring about any improvement to our cash-to-cost ratio, our trade payables to cash ratio, our liquidity ratio. He has failed to meet his targets to reduce the average days to pay creditors, reduce the default rate of debtors, and most importantly, to improve collection of book debts and of current billing within the year, which is a disaster, to list just a few. That is a total failure by his department, and I would have expected something more contrite than his offhanded taking of cognizance of his own train smash. We know already that the needed leadership from the very top is absent, as no serious business leader will tolerate such a laissez-faire attitude from any manager reporting to him. When all is said and done, not making the essential targets to succeed simply translates to not achieving eventual success. We are well on our way to a monumental failure that
Thank you very much, honorable councillors. That was the last speaker on the report as recommended. The next report, item 18, reference number 73194/1, Group Financial Services Department, Local Government, Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56, in-year financial report, monthly and quarterly budget statement for the period ending 30 September 2025. The report is on page 538 until 577. The recommendations are on page 543. We have 6 speakers on the report. The first speaker is from the ANC, Councillor T.S. Buikanyo. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. An effective municipality is governed with stringent financial management and oversight, providing a report on the implementation of the budget and the financial state of the municipality that is aligned with Section 52D and Section 71 and Section 52D of the Municipal Financial Management Act of 2003. Speaker, the approval of the midterm revenue and expenditure framework for the 2025-2026 financial year was approved by Council on the 29th of May 2025 with core service delivery and infrastructural development to advance the growth of the city. More so, Speaker, the operating expenditure is 2.5 billion less than the year-to-date budget, which is an accounting surplus of 2.6 billion reflected for the period ending 30 September 2025. The city is currently migrating from the old system of a municipal standard chart of account compliance system. For transacting, this will enhance the city's ability to process data in a more accurate and compliant manner. Regarding all that has been said, Speaker, the African National Congress takes cognizance of the report to be compliant with Section 71 and Section 52D of the MFMA, the Municipal Budget and Reporting Regulations, and that it be submitted to the National Treasury and the Gauteng Treasury. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buikanyo. The next speaker on the report is from the DA, Councillor S. Gilarey. The floor is yours. The 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, the Democratic Alliance has since March constantly raised the concerns regarding the city cleansing levy. From the onset, it was not clear what the budget was used for and who exactly was going to pay these levies. The administration assured us that it would be applied only to properties that don't use the services of the city for waste removal. If we look at the current budget report before us, it tells a very different story. Billing for waste removal is on target, while thousands of properties across the city are being double billed. Speaker, this confirms the DA's warning from the beginning that it was not clearly defined who would be charged, because it was an intention to double bill residents, once using the existing removal for waste and second with the so-called cleansing levy. If the administration's assurance had been accurate, billing would be over target, not merely on target. That fact is that the billing is on target because of the double charges being billed to the residents. This is not an accident. It is a deliberate attempt to draw extra revenue from ratepayers who are already struggling under the weight of rising tariffs and declining service delivery. Speaker, the same budget also makes it very clear where the administration's priorities truly lie. Out of the total 260 million rand allocated to water tankers A staggering 195 million rand has already been spent. That is nearly 3/4 of the total budget. Yet, spending on contracted services for basic service delivery remains well below target. Underspending on chemical toilets, substation maintenance, rudimentary services, and wastewater purification shows that the administration is neglecting core municipal functions in favor of unsustainable quick fixes and politically connected contracts. Speaker, this administration is treating the residents of Tshwane as a revenue source to be exploited through the cleansing levy and then channeling those funds into questionable contracts for water tankers and watchman services rather than into genuine service delivery. The Democratic Alliance calls on this administration to come clean, to stop misleading residents, to end the double billing through the cleansing levy, and to prioritize basic service delivery where it truly belongs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dilaray. The next speaker from EFF, Councillor T. Muluisani. Please take the floor. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Acting Speaker, fellow councillors, and all distinguished guests. The Economic Freedom Fighters acknowledges the submission of the in-year financial report for the period ending 30 September 2025, in compliance with Section 71 and 52, subsection D of the MFMA. This report reflects the city's financial performance against its approved budget, and while we welcome its tabling before Council, it also exposes serious challenges that demand urgent political and administrative attention. The city has recorded an accounting surplus of 2.6 billion for the quarter, with operating expenditure 17% below budget and capital spending at only 18% of the approved amount. On paper, this may appear as prudent spending, but it speaks to delays in service delivery, slow infrastructure rollout, and the underperformance of key departments that directly affect the daily lives of our people. We also note with concern the ongoing migration for the SAP ECC6 to the new SAP S4 HANA system. While modernization is necessary, this transition has created data integrity issues and reporting inaccuracies, forcing officials to rely on manual Excel-based workarounds. This method is not only error-prone, but undermines accountability and the reliability of the city's financial information. The EFF calls on this council and the administration to expedite system stabilization, ensure full synchronization of revenue and payroll data, and strengthen internal control so that our financial reporting can once again be trusted by residents, oversight bodies, and the National Treasury alike. We therefore support the recommendation that the MPEC be mandated to investigate all identified irregular expenditures and report back to Council with firm recommendations under Section 32, subsection 2 of the MFMA. We call on the administration to focus not only on compliance but on performance, to move from paperwork to public work, from reports to results, not promises to progress. Let us rebuild trust within our communities through clean governance, efficient spending, and accelerated service delivery. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mloisani. The next speaker from Action SA is Councillor T. Mudiba. I see the Councillor Fosiamang, is it you? Okay. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Greetings to you, the Executive Mayor, Executive, fellow councillors. Speaker, this report outlines the city's financial performance for the first quarter of 2025-26 financial year in compliance with Section 71 of the MFMA. It provides a clear view of how the city is performing against its approved budget whether our financial recovery efforts are yielding real results. As of 30 September 2025, the city recorded an accounting surplus of 2.6 billion. However, this surplus must be viewed in context. The city continues to face challenges in revenue collection, with an overall shortfall of 1.77 million, largely due to underperformance in property rates, wastewater management, and operational income. At the same time, there are encouraging signs: electricity revenue, interest on receivable exceeding projections, reflecting the early impact of Tshwane Tima credit control campaign. On the expenditure side, spending remains 17% below the budget at 11.9 billion. While part of this relates to the system migration challenges other sub-S4HANA, we must be frank. Delayed procurement processes and administrative efficiencies continue to hinder service delivery. Departments must urgently translate financial plans into tangible outputs that improve the lives of our residents. Speaker, this report does not only measure financial performance, it reflects the city's broader commitment to fiscal discipline, accountability, and transparency. Through the Financial Recovery Plan and Budget Funding Plan, the city is actively managing these interventions and are beginning to restore investor confidence and institutional credibility. As Action SA, we are guided by firm fiscal and monetary policy principles rooted in economic reality, designed to create stability and unlock inclusive growth. We believe the independence of National Treasury and Reserve Bank, and we believe that responsible fiscal management at municipal level forms part of the foundation for national prosperity. Our economic decisions must be anchored in sound, practical, and principled, expand access to economic opportunities for all residents of Tshwane. Speaker, the city of Tshwane is showing signs of financial recovery. The road ahead remains long, but this quarter report proves that progress is being made not only in balancing books.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is from the FF Plus, Councillor M. Surgeon. The floor is yours. The 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to conflate my two speeches on this item and item 20, so I am going to waive. I'm the first councillor to do tonight, and I'm very happy to say that. Thank you.
Next speaker from RCT, Councillor L. Mittelbeck.
Mr. Speaker, it is a brave distortion of facts to claim any improvement of the city's financial position when that claim is entirely based on collecting rates and tariffs from residents but not delivering the budgeted obligation to render the budgeted service paid for. Our collection rate is down on a comparative basis year on year compared to last year. Our spending is 29% below budget. Of course, there will be a huge surplus in the city's bank accounts while this disparity continues. But that surplus is clearly paid for by residents who are foregoing municipal services that they have paid for. There is nothing to celebrate about that. Let us look at some of the detail here. It is a mantra of this administration that services cannot be rendered because there is no inventory of material. But when we look at the detail, we see that we are underspent on inventory maintenance by 34%. So we are cash flush, but we are simply by choice not acquiring the stock of material we need to render services to our rate-paying residents. That is a fallacy and self-inflicted. Now, we see we are underspent on contracted services by 51%. This means we are taking services from suppliers without paying them for the work or supply, just like we take from ratepayers without providing what they pay for. When money is not spent in the first quarter, in the first quarter is a result of systemic late payment of contracted liabilities. That liability is only deferred to later in the year. The same applies for transfers and subsidies, operational expenditures, and unpaid taxes, all of which are substantially underpaid during the quarter. That will all have to be expended sooner or later, making the current apparent cash surplus illusory. We cannot rebuild the city on a foundation that is no more secure than a shimmering mirage in a desert. There is another matter that I need to address shortly. This is now the third year we read the same story about the adverse effects to rendering accurate accounting information due to an incomplete transitioning between legacy SAP and SAP S/4HANA. It doesn't take 3 years for such a transition to be completed under any circumstances. It is no longer an acceptable story, and I would have expected of the municipal manager and the CFO to have addressed this issue by now in its third year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mittelbeck. That was the last speaker on this report. As recommended. Sabunga. Report number 19. Reference number 52657/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for September 2025. The report for financial year 2025-2026. The report is on page 578 to 580. The recommendations are on page 580. On this item, we have got 2 speakers. The first speaker is from EFF, and it's Councillor O. Mabuhwana. You're waving. Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is from Action SA, Councillor K. Khosiama. Thank you very much, Councillors. As recommended, we are now on item 20, reference number 46019/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Performance Report for the first quarter of 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 581 to 624. Recommendations are on page 624. We've got the first speaker from ANC on this report. It's Councillor Alderman T.E. Mabusela. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Rakabe will be speaking on the item.
Thank you very much, Acting DCW. Councillor Rakabe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker man. Acting Speaker, allow me, Acting Speaker, to give salutations for the splendid work that was done for the past 12 months by the Executive Authority under the capable leadership of Dr. Nasipi Moya and the DEM and the Deputy Executive Mayor Ntate Modise, who will become the Deputy Executive Mayor post this council against the wishes of those pink lizards and wizards. And those two tegelekes there. Speaker, the strategic priorities underpinned in this report.
Yes, Councillor Makale, what are you rising on?
I'm raising on a point of order, Speaker, that Councillor Malesela says wizards and
Order,
lizards.
Councillor Fosi. Please give Councillor Makale an opportunity to speak. Councillor Fosi,
Allow Councillor Makhalin to speak. Allow Councillor Makhalin to speak. If you need an opportunity, we'll give you a chance so that you present what you are saying now. Councillor Makhalin?
He calls people wizards and lizards. That is uncounsel, and he must withdraw that. If he has not prepared a speech, he can waive. Because ke a bona hore o hlakelela ba action SA, maybe why join about it. What three ya tsamaya.
Thank you very much. MMC Ramabodu, what are you raising on? You're fine. Thank you very much. Proceed, Councillor Rakawe. Councillor Rakawe.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will withdraw wizards and lizards. Thank you. The strategic priorities, Speaker, underpinned in this report resonate deeply with our vision as the ANC for a modern and efficient, inclusive city. Speaker, can I be protected now?
You are protected. Please proceed.
Yes. Importantly, the report also...
Councillor Fosi. Hold on, Councillor Rakawe. Councillor Fosi, I am requesting you to please maintain the decorum. Stop provoking other councillors from that side because they are going to retaliate. And you are causing distraction in council. So I'm requesting you again, for the third time now, please be ordered. Proceed, Councillor Rakawe.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Importantly, Acting Speaker, the report also demonstrates that we are on a path to strengthening our governance structures, emphasizing accountability and transparency in our operations. Therefore, it is very vital that the supply chain management performance be monitored correctly to enable
Order, honorable councillors. Yes, Councillor Tema, what are you raising on?
Speaker, we have a problem in council. We complain about the ups and downs. Please call Adam and bring back.
Speaker, we will come back. We don't want to interrupt our speaker. We'll come back on the matter of Alderman Brink. It must be attended to today. Our lapidar, No.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
You'll give me my 3 minutes back, next speaker.
Yes, Councillor Ace, the whip of opposition, what are you raising on? Councillor Ace? You're fine.
No, the mic is only on now. Speaker, I need to point out that the opposition or the government continue to say that Brink is not special, but clearly they are treating Brink as special. Because MMC Modise has not been in this chamber for hours. Now, either they don't notice her, they don't care about her, or Brink is special. They must decide which one it is.
Let's proceed. Councillor Rakawe. Let's proceed, Councillor Rakawe. Order, honorable councillors. Councillor Rakawe, please proceed on your speech. Timekeeper, please allocate Councillor Rakawe to speak. Councillor Rakawe.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I was saying that the strategic priorities underpinned in this report resonate deeply with our vision as the ANC for a modern and efficient and inclusive city. Importantly, Speaker, the report also demonstrates that we are on a path to strengthening our governance structures, emphasizing accountability and transparency in our operations. Therefore, it is very important that supply chain management performance be monitored correctly to enable the city insight to its operational issues and to improve identified areas of concern within that department. Speaker, the report has indicated that a total awarded for the first quarter of 2025-2026 financial year amounted to 1.2 billion, a sizable portion of our budget. This clearly indicates that there are areas which require continuous monitoring on the progress of bids and the implementation of SCM policy. The report also highlights irregular expenditure totaling approximately 77.4 million, with a 60 million
Councillor Rakabe, please add 10 seconds to him for him to conclude.
Yeah, Speaker, the report also highlights irregular expenditure totaling approximately 77.4 million, with 60 million incurred in July and 70 million in September.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rakabe. The next speaker on the report is from DA, Councillor Jackie Ace, the Whip of Opposition.
Speaker, for months the DA warned this House that there is irregular expenditure loading on watchman services. It took us writing a letter to the Auditor General for this city to declare the 170 million rand irregular expenditure for the services of watchmen. Today, the DA is issuing a warning again. This tender has come to an end again, and as each day goes by, irregular expenditure is loading. But our second warning is towards the current government, MACO, MMCs, and the mayor. And this is that the conduct of the Deputy Executive Mayor in failing to declare his interest in Traumatic Protection Services is putting this government in prejudice, because should Modise not have misrepresented his interest, the city would not have extended the contract with Traumatic Protection Services. Modise's misrepresentation is a fraud case that is loading, and it is the responsibility of the mayor and her MACO to bring those reports to council for them to not be explicit in this case.
Hold on, Councillor Ace. Are you done? Yes, MMC Ramabodu, what are you raising on?
Well, I'm asking for clarity. Maybe you'll assist. Because she must stop saying Modise. At least for we're in this council. It's Councillor Modise. And it's not us, it's the rules. The deputy mayor. Because very soon he's going to say Ramabodu to me. And I won't accept that thing.
Thank you very much, MMC, Councillor Modise. Councillor Ace, please proceed.
I won't accept that.
Speaker?
And look at those sweets that you have collected there by the door are giving you a lot of energy.
Continue, Councillor Ace.
Speaker, Cinderella apologizes to Councillor Deputy Executive Mayor Modise. Thank you.
Acting DCW. Yes, Acting DCW. Acting DCW. Masai, you want me to take MMC first? I said Acting DCW. Councillor Mabusela. MMC, you'll come after.
Thanks, Speaker. I raise my hand with regard to rule number 35. That speaks to relevancy. I think before us, the report that we are tabling, there's no name of Councillor Modise in it. Can Councillor Jackie?
Order, Councillor Ace.
I can do the same.
If you want to speak, raise your hand. We'll note you.
I can
Indicate
step to that
what
level.
you're rising on.
Please.
Proceed,
I can
ECW.
step to your level if I want. Please.
DCW, please proceed. Proceed, DCW.
Thank you. Yes, Speaker. I was just indicating that the report before us, it doesn't have the name of Modise in it. It's a report that is tabled and we must address it as such. Can Councillor Jackie Ace be relevant and speak to the report as tabled? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Also, Councillor Ace, you referred to yourself as Cinderella. I'm asking myself whether you are confirming that name or what, because somebody is going to refer you to that name. Is that your other name?
Speaker, as you failed to protect me when I was called Cinderella, and the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus failed to protect me when I was called Cinderella, I take it that this House thinks it's okay. So we do it as such. Just on the point of relevance, this report speaks to irregular expenditure, and I spoke to irregular expenditure directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MMC Modise.
Thank you, Speaker. I see that Councillor Jackie is in love with the Modises. I must put it clear with her that I'm not reporting to her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point taken. The next speaker is from EFF, Councillor T. Muloisani. The floor is yours. Wave. Thank you very much, Councillor. The next councillor is from FF Plus. It's Action SA, Councillor T. Mudiba.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Speaker, this report from Group Financial Services presents the implementation of city supply chain management process for the first quarter of the financial year with specific reference to the deviation report for the September 2025. It is encouraging to note that no deviations from prescribed procurement processes were recorded during the month under review. This is a clear sign that the City of Tshwane is strengthening its internal controls, upholding accountability, and embedding a culture of compliance across all departments. Speaker, this progress is not by accident. It is a result of disciplined procurement planning leadership that takes governance serious. Under Regulation 36 of the Municipal SEM regulations, every deviation must be justified and reported to Council. The fact that there were none in September speaks volume about the maturity of our SEM environment and our commitment to transparency, fairness, and competitiveness required by Section 2(1) of the Constitution. The report also confirms that all tenders awards are published on National Treasury e-tender portal and City of Tshwane website, the CIDP platform, ensuring that the people of Tshwane can see where and how their money is being spent. This is what open government looks like. However, we must not ignore the areas that still need attention. The slow submission of specification by some departments continues to delay key projects. Speaker, this kind of administrative bottleneck cannot be tolerated when communities are waiting for services. The accounting officer must enforce stricter accountability and ensure departments meet their timelines. The issue of non-moving stock, particularly within the electrical components category, which accounts for more than 75% of total non-moving items, also needs urgent review. While we acknowledge that some of these are strategic items, we must prevent unnecessary capital being locked in idle of inventory. On a positive note, the city continues to comply with Regulation 40 of the MFMA regarding the disposal of redundant assets. The contract management section confirms that all active contracts are regularly reviewed. This strengthens governance and reduces legal and financial.
Thank you very much, Councillor Budiba. The next speaker is from FF Plus, and it's Councillor M. Surgeon. Press once.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Acting Speaker. Since the ANC, Action SA and EFF coalition produced its own budget for the 25-26 financial year, the residents of Tshwane have been promised a fully funded and balanced budget. The narrative from this administration is that Tshwane's finances are now stable and that the city's recovery is well underway. But the facts contained in the reports before Council today tell a very different story. In a previous report, the monthly and quarterly budget report for September 2025, it is recorded that operating expenditure stands at only 17% of the year-to-date budget, a full 2.5 billion less than what should have been spent already. On top of that, income is at 117 million short. That means our revenue is not meeting our targets, and the city's income is not keeping up with its obligations. To make matters worse, this supply chain management report for the 2025-26 financial year confirms that contracts are being cancelled because funds are no longer available to cover the planned expenditure. Speaker, these are not signs of a balanced or fully funded budget. It is clear that the municipality is over-budgeting, underspending to save costs, and under-collecting on revenue. This is not sustainable. It wasn't sustainable then, and it's not sustainable now. If Tshwane wants to recover financially, it must return to the basics. Draft realistic budgets that reflect what the city can actually afford. Cut loose service providers who overcharge the municipality. Spend the funds that are available in time and intensify efforts to collect debt owed to the city. The Action SA, ANC, EFF coalition government must be honest with the residents of Tshwane. If the budget is supposedly funded, why are contracts being dropped? Why are we not paying service providers? Where are the purchase orders? We cannot continue to tolerate misinformation, especially when it comes to the city's finances. Speaker, Action SA's spin doctors need to stop. Tshwane's residents are not fooled. The reports speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the last speaker on the report. As recommended. Thank you. We are now on item 21, reference number 94971/1, Group Financial Services Department, irregular expenditure for the first quarter of 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 625 to 631. The recommendations are on page 631. We have 3 speakers on this report. The first councillor is from the ANC, Councillor M.H. Liwele. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes start now. Yes, Councillor, what are you raising on? Please hold on, Councillor Liwele. Wait, let's allocate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We just need to check with Councillor Surgeon. We have 19 councillors in HNSA who who does he refer to as a spin doctor? Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Let's proceed. There's no spin doctor in council. We've got councillors. Honorable Councillor Luele, the floor is yours.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker on this report is from EFF, Councillor Omar Bukhwana. Thank you very much. The next speaker is from Action SA on this report, Councillor P. Ramji. Please press once. Thank you. For 3 minutes.
Good evening, Speaker, honorable members of council residents. I take this opportunity to champion a report that demands more than acknowledgement. It demands action. The irregular expenditure incurred in the first quarter of 2025-26 financial year is not just a line item, it is a breach of public trust. And under the leadership of Action SA and the multi-party coalition government, we do not tolerate breaches, we confront them. This report is a call to restore integrity to our financial systems. It is a reminder that every rand spent irregularly is a rand stolen from service delivery, from dignity, from the future we are mandated to build. Action SA's governance philosophy is clear. We stand for professional public service that drives accountability and transparency. We stand for a business-friendly city that promotes economic growth through lawful, ethical conduct. We stand for modernization, digitization, and clean audits, not creative accounting. If an official acts deliberately or negligently, disciplinary or criminal proceedings must follow. If the expenditure is irrecoverable, it must be certified as such, but that certification must never be a shield against accountability. If the accounting officer fails to report criminal conduct, council must act decisively. We must refer these matters to the appropriate council committee for full investigation. We must ensure that a group audit and risk or designated body has the mandate and resources to uncover the truth. And we must ensure that recovery is not just theoretical, it is executed. This is coalition governance at its most revolutionary. We do not protect officials, we protect residents. We do not write off misconduct, we write in accountability. We do not delay justice, we deliver it. Mr. Speaker, I seize this opportunity to reaffirm Action SA's commitment to ethical governance. We will not rest until every cent is accounted for, every breach is investigated, and every official held to the highest standard of public services. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramji. That was the last speaker on this report as recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. Report number 22, reference number 79792/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for the first quarter of 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 632 until 634. The recommendations are on page 634. We do not have speakers on this report as recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. Resolutions by the Mayoral Committee, Annexures A and Annexures A1. Honorable councillors, you have a total of 60 minutes to discuss Annexure A and A1. Item A, resolutions of the Mayoral Committee of 11 September 2025. Item 1. Item 2. Item 3. Item 4. Item 5. Item 6. Item 7, item 8, item 9, Item 10. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed Annexure A, we can move to Annexure A1. A1. Yes, Councillor B. Erasmus, Whip of FF+. What are you raising on?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when I look at my speakers list here, there is people that would like to speak. There was several people on the list, and you just pass them and go through the list without calling the names of the people that would like to speak on some of the reports.
But,
And I1.
Councillor Erasmus, I tabled the reports. And there was no indication of anyone to speak.
Yes, without listening to us.
Speaker, when I look at the speakers list that was handed, there was on A, there was item 3, 4, and 5. There were speakers, and on A1 there was on item 1, item 4, and item 5, and item 8 speakers.
Thank you very much.
It is on the list with you.
Please, let's be alive to the meeting so that when we present items, we raise our hands, we speak. Thank you. We'll go. Let's go to item 1, Councillor Pasco, FF+.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, we have heard of compliance in this House from the governing side plus minus 20 times. It is evident that this government is confusing compliance with actual performance, and our city is paying the price. Departments cry wolf about the 41% vacancy rate, yet those who are appointed are not held to a full day's productivity. Ratepayers fund salaries, but they find idleness. Compliance has become a convenient shield of mediocrity. The government ticks boxes while potholes multiply. Power supply failed, plus minus 41% non-revenue water losses, and basic services collapse. The so-called business plans before us lack ambition. Where are the bold KPIs? Where are the targets that stretches departments to deliver a real result? The city is confused. The city cleaning is confused with cleansing levy, and our capital looks like a refuge site. Instead of plans to deliver service, we see plans obsessed with quality assurance, certificates, and MFMA compliance. Paper exercises divorced from reality. The Freedom Front Plus says enough is enough. Tshwane does not need more paperwork. It needs performance and accountability. We demand, number 1, replace sticks boxing with bold targets. Number 2, enforce productivity standards. Number 3, public accountability. Publish quarterly dashboards so residents can see whether this government delivers or hides behind compliance. Speaker, 1 year of excuses is 1 year too many. Tshwane deserves a government that works, not one that hides behind paperwork while our city crumbles and remains dirty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasco. Item 2, Councillor Mayor. Thank you. Item 4, Councillor Ramji. Oh, my apologies. EM. On item.
Information on item 1, Speaker.
Okay.
Speaker, we've been listening the whole afternoon here, the opposition slamming compliance. The reason why this city received an adverse finding and 2 qualified audits is because they didn't think compliance was important. Now we have an institution that was on its knees because they didn't think compliance was important. Now I'm saying, Speaker, if their constituencies are encouraging that they must not prioritize compliance, as if there's no direct correlation between compliance and service delivery. But we'll show them, Speaker, we'll teach them, we are very patient.
Thank you very much, EM. Item 4, Councillor Ramji. Councillor Ramji, are you waving? Thank you. Item 7, Councillor Frolich. Wave. Press your mic. Yes, Councillor. Councillor Sbutan. Councillor Frolich, please press your mic. She's waving. No, she's not waving. Yes, Councillor. IT, please help us.
Mic two.
You are on the floor, Councillor Frolich. Please proceed.
I think we're waving. I'm waving. Sorry, Speaker, I'm waving.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor J. van der Spey from FF Plus on item 7. Councillor van der Spey.
I'll press the Speaker, yet again we are presented with another so-called corrective report, a technical euphemism for administrative failure. Let us be clear, this is not a simple clerical error. It is the result of years of negligence and mismanagement that go right to the heart of how this municipality handles public assets and land acquisition. The city approved expropriation and compensation for the servitudes as far back as 2014 and 2016. However, nearly a decade later, officials are still struggling to register these servitudes correctly because the property descriptions were wrong from the start. Speaker, these are city-related holdings within Wonderboom, and it took group finance during the 2023-24 audit closeout to suddenly discover that no title deeds existed for them. How is it possible that payments were approved and compensation made for servitudes that were incorrectly described, improperly recorded, and never legally registered? This points to either gross incompetence or a serious breakdown of internal controls. Even worse, the report admits that the Group Roads and Transport Department believed all servitudes were already registered. How could such a belief stand untested for almost 10 years? What oversight was exercised by group property, by legal or finance when funds were disbursed and resolutions passed? This matter raises flags, Mr. Speaker. When property descriptions are wrong, when compensation is paid without proper verification, when servitudes remain unregistered for years, the door is left wide open for double payments, title fraud, and asset manipulation. The city's asset register has now been compromised for nearly a decade, undermining both audit integrity and financial accountability. Speaker, the report is silent on who is to be held accountable. There is no indication of any investigation, no disciplinary steps, and no forensic audit. Only a request to quietly correct the record and move on. This is totally unacceptable. The people of Tshwane deserve to know how much money was paid, to whom and on what legal basis. The council must not simply rubber stamp another retrospective cleanup. We should demand a full audit trail of the expropriations, all compensation, payments, and the chain of approvals. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van der Spey. Councillor Sergeant, you are seated right in front of Councillor Spey, and those voice notes are drowning him. Please avoid it next time. Item 8, Councillor Pasco from FF Plus. Are you waving?
Speaker, I would like to grant Councillor van der Spey in my place to speak. Thank you.
Speaker, no, I've had my opportunity on item number 8.
Thank you, Councillor van der Spey. Thank you very much, Councillors. Item 9, item 10. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure A, we can move to Annexure A1. A1. We have a speaker on item 1, Councillor Pasco. Is that a high or a wave? Thank you. Item 2. Item 3, we've got a speaker from the DA, Councillor Stradom. Your time is now.
Speaker, thank you very much. Councillor Stradom will be speaking on the next item. Councillor Marika on item 3. Thank you. Can I start?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, the report before us presents two sustainability scenarios for our city. I wish to express the strong report for scenario 1 towards a greener city produce markets. This scenario provides a clear, phased approach to diverting organic waste from landfills and advancing our climate action goals. By implementing a food waste diversion program at the Tshwane Fresh Produce Market and scaling it up to all 18 markets, we can divert around 16,650 tons of food waste annually. This would prevent approximately 350 tons of methane and 8,570 tons of CO2 emissions each year. A substantial contribution to our waste and emissions reduction target. As a suggestion, though, through partnership with local farmers, a portion of this food waste could be repurposed for animal feed or compost, promoting both sustainable agriculture and circular economy principles. Strengthening our recycling and garden waste composting capacity will complement these efforts and further reduce the pressure on our landfill sites. Colleagues, this scenario offers a practical, scalable and environmentally responsible path going forward. By endorsing it, we demonstrate leadership in building a greener, cleaner and more sustainable city of Tshwane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Item 4, we've got two speakers. Councillor from FF Plus, W. Jacobs. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the report provides a comprehensive overview of sinkhole occurrences and rehabilitation progress across Tshwane as of June 2025. It identifies 63 active sinkholes, mostly in the Region 4 area. which I remind Council of the motion and petition which the Freedom Front Plus has submitted to declare Region 4 a local state of disaster. The excuse used for the root cause of the municipal sinkholes are due to water and water waste leakages, which aggravate during the rainy season, which is utter rubbish and misleading, pure misinformation, as the facts remain because of the dinosaur-age water infrastructure and decaying water networks, which is past its useful remaining life. These asbestos piping, with an average age of 55 years, are the root cause of our sinkholes. With the limited funding allocated to sinkholes, of which it's 14.7 million, only 9 smaller low-priority sinkholes are scheduled for repair during the 2024-2025 period. The largest sinkholes require upwards of 30 million each to fix. Yet water tanker budgets exceed exponentially over 500 million rand, which seems to paint a picture that this city sees water tankers more as infrastructure than actual infrastructure. While safeguarding, fencing and site reinstatement activities has been initiated, overall progress has been slow, largely due to constrained budgets, shortages and delays in contract appointments. Yet when it comes to water tankers, contractors get prioritized when tendered. The high-risk sites, particularly in Littleton area, remain areas of concern due to the expanding cavities and the risk to infrastructure and safety. The city's response has been reactive rather than proactive and preventative. The limited focus and neglect poses immediate danger to residents and municipal infrastructure. The repeated delays in issuing contractor appointments delays.
Hold on, Councillor. There is a hand. Councillor Frolis, what are you raising on?
Thank you, Speaker. Just a point of information. Water is a constitutional right. The city does not have the option of not giving residents water, whereas filling sinkholes, that is optional. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Point taken. Councillor Jacobs, please continue.
Brain capacity is also optional, but anyway. Additionally, the report shows insufficient progress in a long-term mitigation strategy such as proactive leak detection, improvised stormwater management, and coordinated response planning. A dedicated preventative maintenance plan and amended budget is of critical importance. Strengthening procurement efficiency and ensuring consistent contract oversight will accelerate repairs, further preventing infrastructure damage and enhance public safety. Sinkholes are not the problem. Our dilapidated and neglected water infrastructure is the root cause, and until that is resolved and upgraded, we will be repairing sinkholes until Region 4 itself becomes a sinkhole. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the last speaker. Item. Yes, Councillor Siloa.
Thank you, Speaker. According to my speakers list, there is one more speaker from the Democratic Alliance, which is Councillor Ina Stradum. There seems to be administrative error where Councillor Ina Stradum was put on item 3 instead of Councillor America Kruger. So if that, we can just afford Councillor Ina Stradum to take up that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are quite correct. They were swapping. I just didn't know that one. Thank you very much. Councillor Stradum, item 4.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Acting Speaker, fellow councillors and residents of Tshwane, as a councillor representing the Democratic Alliance, I rise today to give an update on the situation regarding sinkholes across our city and to highlight the urgent need for accountability and proper management from the current administration. We know that much of Tshwane, particularly regions 3, 4 and 6, lies on dolomitic ground, which is naturally prone to sinkhole formation. This geological risk has been worsened over the years by poor maintenance, aging infrastructure and leaking water and sewer lines. According to the report, as of June 2025, there are 63 identified sinkholes across the city. Well, I beg to differ. Yesterday, another one fell in Selborne Avenue, Littleton. So it's 64 now. Most of them in Region 4, including Laudium, Littleton Manor, Valhalla, De Hoeves, Erasmus Ampere van Reineveld. Despite the seriousness of this problem, the city has allocated only 14.7 million for sinkhole repairs this financial year, while the cost of a repair of a major sinkhole can exceed over 30 million rand. This limited funding has meant that only a few smaller sinkholes has been prioritized, leaving many dangerous areas unresolved and residents increasingly frustrated. There has, however, been some progress. Laudium Soccer Ground sinkhole is 85% complete. Littleton Manor Aimcore Road is 75% complete. Burger Avenue, Littleton Manor has been secured and preventative work has been finalized in Valhalla and the Hoovers. However, major sinkholes such as Clifton Avenue, Burger Avenue, Langebring Road and Alaric Road remains a serious concern with ongoing risk to those infrastructure and private property. Speaker, it's clear that Centurion has reached a crisis point. Roads are collapsing, homes are being damaged and businesses are under severe pressure. This is why the Democratic Alliance has launched a petition calling for Centurion to be declared a disaster area under the Disaster Management Act. Such a declaration will enable the city to access provincial and national disaster funding, accelerate repair work and prioritize the rehabilitation of critical infrastructure. This is not about politics. It's about protecting lives, livelihoods and long-term sustainability of our city. The Democratic Alliance continues to call for stronger oversight, proper maintenance of underground services and transparency from the current administration. We will keep holding those in power accountable to ensure that the funds are used efficiently, projects are completed timeously, and residents are kept informed every step of the way. The DA remains committed to clean governance, fiscal responsibility, and service delivery that puts residents first. We will not stop working to ensure Tshwane becomes a city that maintains its infrastructure proactively, not reactively. A city that values safety, accountability, and progress. Centurion se inwoners is 'n groot bron van inkomste vir hierdie stad. Hulle verdien 'n veiliger, godlose stad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Strydom. Item 5, we've got Councillor N. Pasco from FF Plus.
Speaker, I am so glad that Councillor Froelich mentioned water. Water is life. Yet, under the current coalition, water is being wasted, not physically only, but financially and morally. A part of the 41% non-revenue loss of water, on page 96 we see City of Tshwane entered into a partnership with Rand Water to implement a 1% water conservation and demand management fund with a budget of 37.8 million. What do we find? 0% completion in Region 1, and at the Rietvlei water treatment works, not one of the 10 plant activities in Region 1 has been completed. This is not poor performance, it's a dereliction of duty and borders on criminality. Second, on page 98, the Rietvlei water treatment plant is operating only at 55% of its capacity, despite being a strategic source of potable water. The plant is reliant on recycled water from Ewart, and yet the chlorine plant, the filtration system, the dosing infrastructure, and are all in this repair. The report admits that critical upgrades are still being scoped and costed months into the project timeline. This is a government that plans only to plan, no execution, while our residents suffer from the first. Thirdly, on page 106, the financial report shows a 93% under expenditure on the Water Conservation Fund. 9.45 million was planned for in quarter 1, yet only 648,000 was spent, a mere 6.86%. This is not inefficiency, it is misleading report. The coalition claims progress, but the numbers exposes the truth. No tangible delivery. Speaker, this coalition has failed to uphold Section 27 of the Constitution, which guarantees access to water supply. They've failed to meet the objectives of the Municipal System Act. The Freedom Front Plus demands a full forensic audit on the water conservation as per page 106. Immediate intervention.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasco. The next speaker is Councillor Temba Fosi. Your 3 minutes
Speaker,
starts
I
now.
yield to Councillor Mabena. Thank you. Swampapela, ne? Wabona taking.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Equally so, I also like to send my gratitudes to the traditional leaders in their absentia. But I also want to mention that, even in this council, we don't have Mabena traditional house, but rest assured, and as a matter of footnote, the discussions are on. We are going to be to a team in short notice. The report. The report before us is hard-hitting, as it reflects the extent of the seriousness of how dilapidated our waste infrastructure is. This sorry state of affairs, colleagues, is not affecting our city. It is in fact a pandemic that cuts across the country's municipalities, except for the success story of the good governance in the city of Cape Town. A good story that we all aspire to learn from and replicate across most of the many dysfunctional municipalities that are again not run by the DA. The city of Tshwane's water loss is alarmingly high at between 39–40% for a municipality that is located and engulfed by a host of diplomatic corps or embassies, if you like, that come with them, various development agencies. All that is required is to strengthen and diversify efforts by the previous DA-led government, especially the Brink-led one, and visionary of former Councillor MMC Fosi, who came up with a multifaceted and collaborative approach, most of which needed some thinking outside the box in soliciting funds to address the sorry state of our water infrastructure and to curb the high water losses that we are confronted with. And most of these water losses, remember, colleagues, are technical, some are non-technical, man-made, if you like it, and as a result, you've got a mismatch of intervention. Hence, a sudden surge of the water tanker budget that stands to benefit a few cronies, contrary to the various dictates of the municipal legislation regulations of the city and the country as a whole. As the city, and in particular the Utilities Water Department, together with Rainwater, are embarking on a project called Water Conservation and Water Demand Management. We are saying as the DA, we will be keeping our eyes wide open. We will hold whoever is involved in the implementation thereof accountable. Remember, colleagues, this we're doing for the improvement of the livelihoods of our very special people.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mabena. That was the last speaker. Item 6. Item 6. Item 7. On item 8, we've got one speaker, Councillor Kriebe from the FF Plus. Very well. Thank you, Councillor. Report B, reports of Oversight Committee and Standing Committees reporting directly to councillors. Honorable councillors, I will now call on the Chair of Chairs to submit to Council the reports emanating from Section 79 committees for consideration. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Speaker Ntate Marishane. Ayikinde buhlungu Baba Marishane njengokuzwa isigwegwe sakubingweni umbuduma akhulumela amakhuwa ahlukanisa amandebele unzunza nomanala. Kubuhlungu hle ukuzwa isigwegwe sakubingweni sikhuluma ngale ndlela, mara ke sayilungisa sinaye ngomiyaya unyaka ozako sizayilungisa. Honorable Acting Speaker, before maybe I should just greet first Her Worship Dr. Hazy, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, bagudlalibisi ngamforoko, bagutloka nkomo badla mundu, ngiyabalochisa nabo inkosi ugegana nesigodlo sakhe, ipakama yensibe ezibomvu nesigodlo sayo, ubabethu umkhambi wesibili, members of the Mayoral Committee, the acting leader of executive business, the acting chief whip, the chief whip and the acting deputy chief whip, Mama Busela, chairperson of section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. Honorable Acting Speaker, can you please allow me to congratulate the two graduates in Honorable Councillor Zila for Bachelor of Arts in Public Governance with Municipal Management and Leadership, and again the MMC Mashabela for obtaining MPA Masters of Business Management. Honorable Acting Speaker, allow me to table the reports, public accounts. It is a pleasure for me to submit to Council these following reports from the Section 79 committees for consideration: public accounts 19 September and the 10th of October 2025, held on the 16th of September 2025, Group Financial Service the 16th of October 2025, local geographical names on the 16th of October 2025, rules and ethics the 17th of October 2025, economic development on the 27th of August and the 17th of September 2025, community safety on the 16th of September 2025, roads and transport 19th September 2025. Honorable Acting Speaker, I would like to also propose that items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, as contained in the MPEC agenda of 19th September, as well as item 2, 3, and 4, contained in the MPEC agenda of the 10th of October 2025, be considered in committee in terms of section 42 of the Rules and Ethics. Honorable Acting Speaker, allow me to join the others in saying you have done well, my leader. Continue doing so. Thank you very much. The reports are tabled, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and congratulations once more to MMC Mashabela and Councillor Zila. Yes, Councillor Makhaleng, what are you rising on?
May I be forgiven for not utilizing item D of the rules and orders, which speaks of unopposed, and item K, but still the moment of the matters that you are speaking of the congratulatory of Councillor Zila and MMC Mashabela, to include one of our own, Councillor PG Mtimunye, who got his MBA from UCT, University of Cape Town. Samhalalisela remetela matsogo a phasa ka o kopa o tshwana le ba bangwe ba tladitse mashata ra mo lebogisha. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Councillor Mutimunye, as well. Honorable councillors, before I present the report, please also allow me to bring item B1 on MPEG report forward so that it follows item 2 to bring synergy in terms of process flow of council, so that when we switch on to in committee, we don't have an open report that is still left. Agreed? Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, item A from the special section 79 Standing Committee Public Accounts of the 19th September 2025. Item 1, Group Financial Services Department, Bulk Service, ESCOM and Water Boards, Monthly Reports 2024-2025 financial year. The report is on page 5 to page 11. Recommendations are on page 11. As recommended? Thank you very much. Item 2, Office of the City Manager, Department, Status Report on the resolution of the issued material irregularity findings as at the 31st of August 2025. The report is on page 12 until page 18. The recommendations are on page 18. As recommended. Item B from Special Section 79 Standing Committee Public Accounts of the 10th October 2025. Item 1 from Health Department, report on the detailed expenditure breakdown by the city on the Metro 8 Council for financial years 2021-2022, 2022-2023, 2023-2024, and 2024-2025. The report is on page 4 until page 38. The recommendations are on page 38. As recommended. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Honorable councillors, in terms of section 42 of the rules and orders, a member may, after an item has been called, or the executive mayor, chair of chairs, may at any time move that council resolves itself into committee for consideration of item or items on the agenda, and no seconder is needed for such motion. In accordance with section 42(3), the mover of the proposal for council to resolve itself into committee may speak on such proposals for going into committee and only the reason thereof for not more than 5 minutes. When council then resolves itself into committee, all members of the public, the media, and the officials, except those officials required by the Speaker to stay, must leave the council chamber. In accordance with section 42(9) of the rules and orders, the resolution to the items considered in committee need not be announced in the open council if such a matter is a staffing matter. Honorable councillors, these items were not contained in the agenda on SharePoint due to the confidential nature thereof, and was distributed to councillors on a link via the email address. The chair of chairs did not propose that these reports be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of section 42(3) of the rules and orders, allow the chair of chairs to speak on the reasons for the council to resolve itself into committee for this purpose. Chair of chairs.
Honorable councillors, wait. Thank you very much. It means I'm audible enough. Yes, I'm still going through, I'm still presenting the reports. The reports are not yet tabled. I'm still presenting the reports. Chair of Chairs. Yes, Councillor Neo. Councillors, we are still presenting the report. There will come a moment where they have to recuse themselves. Chair of Chairs.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Acting Speaker, Dr. Madishane. I just want to give reasons why we need these reports in committee. Honorable Speaker, unlike one of us in this council who always takes matters to the public, whereas we are still busy with them in council, who will always go out of this council, go and make TikTok videos and speak on issues that are not resolved and think that he is doing right. He's just a populist. And that is a friend to Matlala. He knows himself. Honorable Speaker, I present these reports to be taken to in committee due to the confidential nature of them. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Councillors, is the proposal for Council to resolve itself into committee approved? Thank you very much. May I request members of the public, media, service providers, traditionally